वाइफ और बच्चे। तो आपको यहाँ पे कैसे
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह किसी को ना कोई लुसन करे ना किसी को डिस्टर्ब करे, अपना मेहनत से अपन जी रहा हूँ।
अच्छा, ये शॉप आप यहाँ आके रख। तो आप क्या यहाँ पे कुछ सपोर्ट मिल रहा है गवर्नमेंट की?
कुछ भी सपोर्ट तो नहीं हमें, कुछ तो बुरा नहीं है ना कुछ परेशानी है। पुलिस वाला आ रहा जा रहा पुस्तक करके चले आ रहे, साल में एक बार डे में ले लेता अपन को
लोकल सपोर्ट है कुछ पॉलिटिकली?
नहीं लोकल वाला क्या सपोर्ट देता अपना प्लाट लेके ऐसा किराया देके झगड़े वाला क्या पड़े।
आपका नाम? और कुछ
तो परेशानी नहीं।
तो लोकली भी आपको कुछ ये नहीं है कि खाना पीना और ये सब?
नहीं, वो रमजान में आके कोई बांटता, कोई इसका जकात अगर आए तो बांटता, नहीं तो मिलने वाले को मिले नहीं मिले वाले छोड़ गए, इसका लफड़ा झगड़ा उसका कोई फर्क नहीं।
आप ये शॉप कब रखे?
ये 2018।
तो आपका घर इसी शॉप से चलता है? कितने बच्चे हैं आप?
मेरा बच्चे 4 बच्चे। तो हम लोग किधर से?
दिल्ली से, एनजीओ से।
एमनेस्ट। अगर क्या है अपने की भी एक शर्त, कोई डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट आया अपना ऑफिस से एनजीओ मिनिस्टर का, मिनिस्टर से मिलके अपन से परमिशन लेना, फिर भी मैं परमिशन दे दिया बस भाई आया बोल के। किसी को डरना नहीं, किसी को लड़ाई झगड़ा करने का नहीं। आप आए मेरे से पूछताछ करे, हम भी सीधा सीधा बोल दिए, मगर इसमें न्यूज में जाके क्या बोलता है ये आतंकवादी है, वो है, ये है ना। अपन यहाँ लड़ने का झगड़ा करने का नहीं आया, या कब्जा करने का नहीं आया। अपना जब तो देश आजाद नहीं हुआ तब तो यहाँ रहना जीना है, आजाद होगा चलिए आना सीक्वेंस से। ये कहानी लेने का अपन आया, न्यूज में थोड़े लोग आया था न्यूज में मेरे से ऐसा पूछताछ करे आतंकवादी बोल कर डाल दी। तो कौन सा तरीका मैडम?
ऐसे नहीं करते,
गलत
नहीं गलत।
ठीक है, शुक्रिया।
2009 से।
तो आप कहाँ से?
नहीं हैदराबाद से।
हाँ, तो आप यहाँ पे डॉक्टर इन सबको?
हाँ, जनरल फिजिशियन हूँ मैं, मेरे पास पेशेंट्स आते हैं।
हाँ।
सभी बुखार बॉडी पे, ये लोग को इचिंग ज़्यादा है।
अच्छा।
ये लोग कचरा और कूड़ा सुनते ना, इचिंग ज़्यादा होती है, तो दवाई मेरे पास से लेते। आज दवाई लेते, कल परसों वो कचरा बेचते पैसे थे, पैसे का बहुत दिक्कत है। थोड़ा फाइनेंशियल हेल्प होना है तो फिर मेडिकल कैंप कराना, एवरी मंथ एक कैंप कराना है।
अच्छा, ठीक है। तो आप क्या नॉर्मली कितने कैंप्स हैं यहाँ पे पूरे? कितने लोग हैं
यहाँ पे? 21 कैंप से बनना है।
21 है? अच्छा, 31 बोल रहे थे? 21
थोड़े लोग चले थे 15 लोग।
अच्छा, ठीक है। 21 में पूरे कितने लोग हैं?
पूरे होंगे कम से कम 30,000
हो गए। तो सारे आपके पास ही आते हैं?
नहीं, मेरे पास थोड़े आते हैं, उधर रोड पे उधर सब जगह जिसका डॉक्टर जब पसंद।
और इनका मोस्टली क्या प्रॉब्लम्स होती है?
इनका कोल्ड फीवर होता बॉडी पेन और इचिंग ज़्यादा होती, यही है कम्युनिकेशन। हार्ड वर्क करते हैं, शाम को जब आते तो बहुत इलनेस हो जाता, वीकनेस हो जाता।
So over 30,000 of them, 31 camps in Hyderabad's old city alone. Now this is an investigation. Our reporter Aishwarya was there inside the Rohingya camp in Hyderabad's old city, where they go on record in fact and confess that they came from Myanmar through Bangladesh. How many of them are still there, Aishwarya? If you can tell us a bit about what you saw when you went there. How many camps are there, first of all? How many infiltrators are there? And what kind of documents have they now been able to gather from officials there?
What we are learning is that there were almost 31 camps, and each camp had almost more than 13 families, where there were more than 13 families in each camp, and there were also more than they were living there in those camps for more than a decade, while in their own voice they have confessed that they have come via several modes of transport, be it train or be it via road or via trained. But then what we are also learning is that they have been living here more than a decade. All these camps have been they have been living here for more than a decade. Most of them who came between 2012 and 14, what they said that they could not live in their city anymore, would live in this country anymore, and that's why they had secretly tried to migrate here into the
which is
secretly
essentially
migrate
excise
here
duty.
and try to come into
And
India
essentially
and start a
excise duty,
livelihood here.
which
But that's what
existed before
they confessed
2017
to us,
under the
and they are
central
saying they
government.
also said that they have started working.
And
They have taking menial jobs, and
it was only for the sake
and they
of
will they are waiting.
Unable to get your video very clearly because of bandwidth issues there, Aishwarya. Who are they getting any political support? Are they getting any political support? How are they getting their food, their rations? Where do they have documents?
the compensation
All of them have the document of them being a migrant from Myanmar, and being regarding the political support. There are speculations that the local people, who are there, are extending their support. However, they have not yet openly confessed it, but there are speculations that the local MLAs, the local MPs and local leaders have extended their support to them. Most of them they are being funded by the NGOs, and while most of the other people have taken up menial jobs to fund themselves. This is how they are living, and in these camps itself, they have elected their own leaders to run their camps, and that's how they that's how they work there, because each camp in all the 31 camps, they have elected their own leaders. They have chosen their own leaders, and they will listen to their own leaders. And while they
I'm not getting your video frame there. So what I'll do is I'll play out a report that you sent from inside the Rohingya camp. This is the Rohingya camp. There are 31 camps, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. 31 Rohingya camps in Hyderabad's old city alone, where the estimate of how many infiltrators are there, about 30,000 of them, and more. And more. I'm going to play that out now. Here's a report that Aishwarya sent from inside the Rohingya camp, one of the Rohingya camps.
We are standing at camp number 1 here, where almost 41 families are residing. 41 families are residing. As we spoke here earlier, what they are saying is that they have come here for livelihood, and that almost 41 families are living here, and there are almost 31 camps in and around this particular area in Hyderabad. And this is the first camp that we are visiting. We can see that there are almost 41 families doing the daily work here, and there are several children, and they're saying that their husbands have gone out for work, and what we are learning that there are almost over 5,000 families living in this particular area of Hyderabad in a span of over 31 camps. So what they're saying is that they have come from Burma, they have come here in search of livelihood. This is the camp, another camp that we are visiting here in the same areas. Their primary occupation is the ginger selling, as we could see here. This is what they do, and there are almost 13 families living here. Is what we are learning. Their kids and they sell ginger. Is what we are learning here for their livelihood. It is one of the many camps that I've been visiting that we are showing to our viewers in Hyderabad. This is the camp, another camp that we are visiting here in the same areas. Their primary occupation is the ginger selling, as we could see here. This is what they do, and there are almost 13 families living here. Is what we are learning. Their kids and they sell ginger. Is what we are learning here for their livelihood. It is one of the many camps that I've been visiting that we are showing to our viewers in Hyderabad.
Government has done a U-turn, ladies and gentlemen. They've buckled to pressure on the Sanchar Sathi app. They've rolled back the clause where mobile manufacturers had to preload the Sanchar Sathi app on the phone. Now, that was a controversial mandate that was given to mobile manufacturers, and some reports suggested that companies like Apple had opposed the move of the government to preload some of the apps to phones that were sold in India. And today the government has rolled back that clause, giving out further details. Here's a full story. Here's what the minister said and how the stories played out in the last 24 to 36 hours.
Controversy over the Sanchar Sathi app continues to escalate as the opposition fearmongers over privacy breach. The government recently introduced the app as a security and awareness platform whose purpose is to help mobile users manage their digital identity. The app promises to protect users and tracking misuse of mobile numbers and prevent fraudulent SIMs. The government pointed out that it's essential to fight cybercrime, stop fraud calls, block suspicious apps, and help track lost or stolen phones.
संचार साथी एक ऐसा ऐप है जिसके आधार पर जन भागीदारी के आधार पर आज देश की एक एक जनता और नागरिक अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख सकता है फ्रॉड से, स्टोलन मोबाइल से, अपने स्टोलन मोबाइल को रिकॉर्ड कर सकता है, रिपोर्ट कर सकता है। पर इसकी सफलता का श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो जनता को जाता है सर, क्योंकि उनके उपयोग के आधार पर ही हम लोग सफल हो पाए।
अपोजिशन ये जो इशू ढूंढ करके लाने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। विंटर सेशन पार्लियामेंट में बिजनेस तय किया गया है, बहुत सारा मुद्दे हैं और कई मुद्दे जो अपोजिशन ने भी उठाया है उस पर हम बातचीत करके आगे क्या करना है इस पर विचार करेंगे। नए नए मुद्दे ढूंढ करके पार्लियामेंट को डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए बहाना बनाने का कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। हर मुद्दे अपने जगह में इम्पोर्टेंट है, लेकिन मुद्दे को आप हथियार बना करके पार्लियामेंट को स्टॉल करेंगे, ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
But the opposition is still pressing on the security concerns, where today the Congress asked for a formal discussion in the upper house. In a notice to Parliament, Congress stated some of the privacy and security concerns linked to the directive.
पहली बात तो आपने आदेश में लिखा है कि ये डिलीट नहीं हो सकती, पर मान लीजिए कि डिलीट हो सकती है, तो भैया फिर आप अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? जबरदस्ती अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? अगर किसी को वो डाउनलोड करनी होगी तो वो ऐप स्टोर पर जाकर डाउनलोड कर सकता है। आप जबरदस्ती अपलोड करके फिर ये कहोगे कि अब ये डिलीट हो सकती है। इतनी देर में अगर फोन का सारा डेटा चुरा लिया गया तो क्या मंत्री जिम्मेवारी लेंगे? बगैर अनुमति के ये अनिवार्य ऐप हिंदुस्तान के नागरिकों के सेल फोन पर जबरदस्ती अपलोड कैसे की जा सकती है? कौन से कानून के तहत ये किया जा रहा है? क्या कोई साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑडिट किया गया? क्या स्टेक होल्डर से कोई चर्चा हुई? जवाब नहीं में है। इसलिए ये मामला आज सदन में मैंने उठाकर सरकार से जवाबदेही देने की बात कर रही है।
Speaking on the concerns, the party said that government must clarify the legal authority for mandating the app. With threats of digital fraud looming, the government has asserted confidence on the use of the app. The question is, why is the opposition spooked by an app that keeps fraud in check?
Ladies and gentlemen, there was a controversial comment made by Madani asking for jihad to be taught in schools across India. And just when we were breaking, the reactions confronted Madani on this issue. A statement that was made on the floor of Parliament by a Samajwadi Party MP, and his name is Nadwi. Now, Nadwi, on the floor of the House, says Muslims will be forced to do jihad over the Waqf issue. He was speaking about the Waqf issue, complained about how the portal that was the Ummid portal, he says, isn't working. He says only 30% of those who have Waqf properties have been able to register. He said 70% of Waqf properties have not been registered on the portal. And he says there is injustice. Now, all of these are comments that he was making, building up to that one statement which he made on the floor of the parliament, saying Muslims will have to do jihad. This was a sitting MP inside parliament warning of a religious war in parliament. Listen into this.
बिल जेपीसी कमेटी बनाई थी जिसमें हमारी पार्टी ने पहले ही कहा था कि सरकार की नियत और नीति दोनों ही सही नहीं है। 6 महीने का टाइम मिला। उम्मीद पोर्टल पे 30% ओनली वक्फ जायदादों का, मदरसों का, मस्जिदों, कब्रिस्तानों का रजिस्ट्रेशन हुआ है। उस पर भी सर्वर डाउन चल रहा है और वो डेट खत्म हो गई है। 70% वक्फ जायदादों का रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं हुआ है। ऐसा लगता है कि आर्टिकल 25 और 26 को खत्म कर दिया गया है और मुसलमानों की जिंदगी हमारे प्यारे वतन में ही तंग कर दी गई है, जिसकी वजह से माननीय स्पीकर साहिबा, वो लोग जिनके पुरखों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी, मौलाना अरशद मदनी, वो कह रहे हैं कि जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में? मैडम, एक जुल्म की एक बर्दाश्त होती है और जब बर्दाश्त खत्म हो जाती है तो जुल्म नहीं।
धन्यवाद।
Rakshita is joining me live. Rakshita, Madani makes a statement, says jihad should be taught in schools, and then a sitting MP says Muslims will do jihad. Now, all of these comments have followed a pattern in the last few days, and it's playing out in Parliament. What kind of responses are you getting?
Well, yes, the word jihad, it seems, is the favorite one for Madni. What we've seen in the recent days, he is reiterating and justifying jihad. And more endorsement is coming from the Samajwadi Party MP, the sitting MP, on the floor of the House, making an open threat for waging religious war against the state, and also talking about Waqf. He begins by talking about Waqf, and then he goes on to talk about so-called persecution of Muslims. Now, the reactions that are coming in from the BJP, they're saying that it's an open threat, and it's a direct assault on the constitution, the principles, the very principles of B.R. Ambedkar, that those have been threatened by what Nadvi has said. And remember, this is the same Samajwadi Party MP who had drawn a lot of flack from the Muslim community itself. He had drawn a lot of criticism from Barelvi also, and they had called for his removal from the post of an imam from a mosque, as he had convened namaz here at inside the parliament. Now, that is something that he has been in the news for the wrong reasons many a times, and now he has made this open threat, a very, very divisive, and in fact this is more than divisive. This is justifying violence, religious extremism, and that is what the BJP is sharply criticizing, saying that in both houses of the parliament, the Waqf Act has been passed. It's a lawful process that has been carried out, and it is unjust to cast aspersions on that as well, to cast doubts on that. There's no need for raking doubts up once again in the floor of the House. And of course, Niranjan, as you said, that he could be talking about Waqf, and he can raise concerns if he wants to. But openly, threatening war against the state is something that is completely incendiary.
Thank you for joining us with those details. In fact, we also confronted Madani, who made a comment this morning that he wants jihad to be taught in schools. Take a listen.
सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आपसे स्टेटमेंट, सर आपकी जो भी राय है उसकी बात करना चाह रहे हैं। सर आपकी जो राय है, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में, एक सेकेंड सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आपसे स्टेटमेंट, सर आपकी जो भी राय है उसकी बात करना चाह रहे हैं। सर आपकी जो राय है, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में, एक सेकेंड सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए। सर, आपसे स्टेटमेंट, सर आपकी जो भी राय है उसकी बात करना चाह रहे हैं। सर आपकी जो राय है, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में, एक सेकेंड
Agenda is clear as daylight. Samajwadi Party MP Mr. Nadvi gets up in Parliament, supports Madani's statements and says that insaf nahi milega to jihad karna padega. He's justifying jihad. This is the same bunch of people who justified the Delhi terror attack. They said circumstances se ban jate atanki. They said na insafi ho rahi, zulm ho raha hai, to jihad karna padega. And now they're once again legitimizing jihad. This is the mindset of Samajwadi Party. They've always supported terrorists. They were the ones who supported Simi. They supported the release of terrorists and the High Court had to put a stay on it. They are the ones who cried for Batlau's encounter. Abu Azmi cried for Yaqub Memon. This is the true face of Samajwadi Party and the entire India alliance. Inka haath hamesha aatankiyon ke saath. They are the ones who are standing and spin doctoring on jihad. Jihad ko jayaz dikha rahe hain.
The India World Annual Conclave 2025, S. Jaishankar made a critical remark on India's youth. Here's the full statement, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar.
So far, I have spoken about the mobility of people. But I also want to highlight that work can also be mobile. That, if the talent doesn't go out, the out comes to the talent. And we have actually seen this growth of what are called global capability centers in the last few years. I understand today that there are in this country about 1,700 global capability centers, which are about half, they constitute about half the global capability centers in the world. And these are centers where global business has found it more effective, more efficient, really to send the business out and to utilize the talent in a different geography. And obviously, given the availability of the talent and the efficiency of it in India, we are a strong attractor of that. Again, there are estimates that about 2 million people are currently employed in global capability centers. And I think the rough revenue estimates which people put for global capability centers is somewhere between $65 to $75 billion currently a year. And looking ahead, certainly as we are moving to an era of AI, of higher skills, of advanced manufacturing, and also of, as I said, of social services of various kinds, we do anticipate a world which will put a greater premium on mobility. And we see ourselves, we are 1/6 of the world's population. But I think if you look in terms of the younger working age population, we would be somewhere between 1/6 and 1/4, would be closer to 1/4 actually of the global workforce of a certain demography.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal.
जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा। आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में?
Samajwadi parliamentarian makes an open jihad threat in parliament, says Muslims will be forced to do jihad.
सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर, आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए.
Massive controversy over Madani's pitch to have jihad taught in schools. Republic confronts Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind chief.
जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था. मेरे बहन भाई,
Rajnath Singh slams Nehru, claims he wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remarks a lie. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy remarks on Hindu deities sparks a massive controversy. BJP calls out Congress's habitual insult of Hindu sentiments. Major speculations over Jharkhand. Chief Ministers meet with the Prime Minister. Congress calls for key meeting in Jharkhand on 4th of December. Amid Karnataka power tussle, Siddaramaiah meets Congress High Command, says will step down if ordered by Rahul. It's the most extensive coverage on the Modi-Putin meeting in Delhi. Republic Sputnik ahead on live updates. Rupee falls to record low, crosses 90 against the dollar. Start the edition with the latest coming in over Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's comment, where he's claimed that the country's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru had sought public funds to build the Babri Masjid, but Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel prevented the plan from going ahead. Union Minister made the claims while addressing a unity march in Gujarat to commemorate Sardar Patel's 150th birth anniversary. Now, this undoubtedly has sparked a slew of comments coming in from the opposition parties. But first, listen in to what Union Minister Rajnath Singh had to say.
वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे. जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था. मेरे बहन भाई,
has now responded sharply to the comment that has been made by Raksha Mantri over Nehru using public funds for building or trying to rebuild the Babri Masjid. In fact, the masjid, which was basically demolished, the 16th century Mughal mosque, they say that there was an attempt that was basically being made by Nehru to continue funding Babri Masjid.
ये सब डिस्ट्रैक्शन है, असली मुद्दे हैं, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं जिन पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, जिन पे बात होनी चाहिए. और ये सब रोज ये कुछ ना कुछ डिस्ट्रैक्शन उठा लेते हैं ताकि हम फिर बयान दें, वो बयान दें, और जो असली मुद्दे हैं पब्लिक के, वो उस पे कोई चर्चा ना हो.
It's a complete lie by Rajnath Singh ji. We all know that Pandit Nehru and Sardar Patel had a cordial relationship, and Pandit Nehru's logic was very simple. Public money should not be spent on any kind of mosque, temple, churches or gurudwaras. It should be people's contribution. People should contribute and build their beliefs. This thing, not government money should be there. Rajnath Singh ji is stooping to this level. He is spreading a lie. I condemn this kind of lies from Rajnath Singh ji.
सरकार के अंदर है कोई दस्तावेज दे दें. हमारे पास दस्तावेज हैं कि सरदार पटेल ने इनके जो पेरेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो विचारधारा है, उस विचारधारा के विरुद्ध जो पत्र लिखा था और उसके अंदर उसको बैन किया था, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है। तो ये ऐसी बात मत करें। सरकार के अंदर शामिल लोग अगर इस प्रकार की बातें करेंगे और इस प्रकार का झूठा नैरेटिव देश के अंदर फैलाएंगे तो ये बहुत ही दुखदायी है।
Well, the BJP, in fact, has responded sharply by saying that the Congress party has essentially been lying and trying to hide their policies. In fact, this is what the BJP had to say.
मैं नेहरू जी का एक कोट करता हूं जो उन्होंने दिल्ली में 1959 में नेशनल गैलरी में ये स्पीचेस एट द इनॉग्रेशन ऑफ सेमिनार एंड एग्जीबिशन एंड आर्किटेक्चर ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय ललित कला अकादमी एंड ऑल इंडिया फाइन आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट न्यू दिल्ली 17 मार्च 1959 17 मार्च 1959 को नेहरू क्या बोलते हैं एक कार्यक्रम में, सम ऑफ द टेम्पल्स ऑफ साउथ इंडिया however repel me in spite of beauty. I just can't stand. Why? I do not know. Cannot explain that. But they are oppressive. They suppress my spirit. They do not allow me to rise and keep me down in the dark corridors. I like the sun and air. In contrast, he found Taj Mahal as astoundingly beautiful. 17 मार्च 1959 को जवाहरलाल नेहरू क्या लिख रहे हैं? वो कह रहे हैं दक्षिण भारत के मंदिर कितने भी ऊंचे हो, मैं डिप्रेस्ड फील करता हूं। मुझे समझ में नहीं आता है कि मुझे डिप्रेशन क्यों लगता है उन कॉरिडोर्स में मूव करते समय। तो इसका अर्थ हुआ कि वहां से लेके और आज तक राम मंदिर के शिलान्यास में न जाना, राम मंदिर की ध्वजा का विरोध करना, बाबरी मस्जिद बनाने का संकल्प लेना, वो एक पुराना गाना था ना, ये रईसी है खानदानी, वो रईसी नहीं, ये कहानी है खानदानी।
Getting in some more breaking news now, coming in from Chhattisgarh, where 7 Maoists were eliminated in a joint anti-Maoist operation that was conducted by the DRG Dantewada, BJP, STF, CRPF and the Cobra teams. This is in the West Bastar division along the Bijapur-Dantewada inter-district border, where 2 Jawans, we have been told, have lost their lives in the line of duty and one was injured during the encounter. Let me just quickly take you through some of the details of the operation that was carried out earlier today. In fact, we have just got details from the DRG Dantewada, Superintendent of Police, now confirming that during the operation, intermittent firing that took place between the police forces as well as Maoists that continued till about 9 o'clock this morning. And a confirmation also coming in from the IGP Bastar range, Sundaraj, who's basically confirmed now the dead bodies of 7 Maoists have been recovered from the encounter site, and along with it SLR rifles, .303 rifles and other arms and ammunition have also been seized from the spot. Let me go across to my colleague Bharat, who's joining us from Bijapur, getting us the latest details. Bharat, सबसे पहले ये बताइए कि इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को लेकर ये कब शुरू हुआ है और अब तक आपके पास क्या जानकारी है ये 7 माओइस्ट के बारे में? We'll try and reconnect with our Bijapur correspondent, getting up the latest details. We do have a confirmation that 7 Maoists have been neutralized here. As far as our Jawans are concerned, at least 2 Jawans, we're being told from the DRG Bijapur, they have also sustained injuries and first aid is basically being provided to them. This is part of a joint operation that was basically carried out by Dantewada Bijapur STF, the CRPF, Cobra teams and the DRG carrying out this entire joint operation. 7 Maoists have been eliminated is what we are being told. SLR rifles as well as .303 rifles have been recovered. In the last 7 days, remember this is the second big operation that has been carried out by the DRG. In fact, we have just got more visuals of those Jawans who have also sustained injuries. We'll try and go back to the story in a short while from now till the time we get in our Bijapur correspondent. We're getting in some more breaking news now coming in. This is with regards
to Indigo Airlines, which has cancelled over 70 flights, including those from Bengaluru as well as Mumbai airports. So this is mainly due to crew shortages. Scores of Indigo flights were delayed at various airports as the carrier basically struggled to get the crew for operating its flights. Indigo so far has said that there have been cancellations and some delays that have also taken place. The details that we have with regards to the cancellation over 70 flights due to crew shortages, what we are being told. 38 Indigo flights have already been cancelled from Delhi airport today. Now, all that they've said is that this is because of technical issues and operational requirements. In fact, as far as crew shortages are concerned, what we are picking up is that this has basically happened after the new schedule that has essentially come in, and 35% of Indigo flights that were basically operated on time, that was on 2nd of December. Today we are being told that multiple airports including Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad and Bengaluru have reported over 200 flight cancellations till about this afternoon itself. Now the airline is essentially facing severe pilot shortage ever since the new flight duty time limitation norms became applicable last month, which basically lays out what the airline industry has been saying, more human rostering for the crew, and that is the reason why there's been a massive shortage of pilots, and that is exactly why Indigo is now facing delay and cancellations that have basically led to causing some major issues. Now, as far as a statement from Indigo is concerned, we haven't really heard anything from the airline, but airport officials are only indicating that there was no cabin crew available, so the flight had to be cancelled. Airline is now basically sending crew to different bases to operate the flights, but the shortage is such that things did actually go out of hand today. And as far as Indigo is concerned, it seems that they have had to cancel several flights, including Alliance Air and SpiceJet have also now reported that some cancellations have taken place. So that's the latest details coming in. Let me go across to GP Bajpai, aviation expert joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Bajpai, just for a quick understanding of what led to this cancellations of Indigo Airline, it seems that this is with regards to the FDTL norms that were basically brought in. What exactly are these norms that have been introduced, following which the airline is now facing massive shortages? Mr. Bajpai, if you can hear me. We seem to have lost the line with GP Bajpai. We'll try and reconnect. As we understand, this is because of the flight duty time limitation norms that have been introduced, following which there have been a change in the rostering of the pilots, and this has had a direct impact as far as operations of Indigo is concerned, and multiple airports where we're being told that Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad as well as Bengaluru have all reported flight cancellations. Roughly about 200 flights have been cancelled. These are the latest details, a story that we're going to track very closely. Now, as the clock ticks towards Navy Day on 4th of December, Indian Navy has now put out this video, which has ignited national anticipation with the stirring curtain raiser video titled Forged by the Sea, a cinematic tribute to the unyielding courage as well as unwavering commitment and unparalleled professional excellence of its sailors who safeguard India's vast maritime frontiers while propelling the nation's ascent as a blue water power. Watch this video.
The Indian Navy's journey begins where the land meets the endless blue, where silence has weight and courage has depth. Born of storm, shaped by pressure, forged by the sea. This is a force that stays ready, always. It sharpens its edge every moment, every wave tested, every horizon watched, every second ready. In the unseen depths, on the edge of the storm, they stand guard. The Navy's true power lies in its people. Men and women who carry the ocean in their resolve. And when the moment demands, their discipline becomes action. Their courage becomes command. This is the Indian Navy. Combat ready, cohesive, Atmanirbhar, safeguarding seas for a Viksit Samriddh Bharat. Indian Navy, forged by the sea.
Russian President Vladimir Putin will be visiting India on 4th or 5th of December to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, one of the biggest outcomes of this visit will certainly be the final approval of a new military agreement that has been called as the Reciprocal Exchange of Logistics Agreement. This agreement will allow Indian warships as well as military aircraft to refuel, restock food and supplies, and also carry out small repairs at Russian ports and air bases. Here's a quick explainer.
Russian President Putin is scheduled to undertake an official state visit to India. This will mark the 23rd India-Russia annual visit, a mechanism established in 2000 that alternates between the two capitals and has continued almost uninterrupted even during periods of global tension. The most concrete deliverable expected from the visit is the final ratification of the Reciprocal Exchange of Logistics Agreement, a pact first proposed in 2019 and initialed in 2021. Under its terms, Indian warships and military aircraft will receive facilitated access to Russian ports and airfields for refueling, replenishment, and minor repairs, while Russian forces will gain similar rights at select Indian facilities. The agreement is especially valuable for India in the Arctic, where Russia maintains an extensive network of bases along the Northern Sea route, and for Russia in the Indian Ocean, where India operates the largest number of forward logistics points among non-Western navies. Unlike the more intrusive Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement that India signed with the United States, RELOS is framed as a purely reciprocal arrangement without automatic basing rights or permanent foreign troop presence, which makes it politically easier to sell to the Indian Parliament and public. Beyond logistics, the two sides are expected to advance several major defense production programs that have been delayed by the Ukraine conflict and sanctions-related payment difficulties. India is seeking additional licensed production of the 11356 M-class guided missile frigates for its navy, with 2 ships already built in Russia and 4 more to be constructed at Goa shipyard with extensive Russian components. Progress is also anticipated on the joint manufacture of Ka-2260 light utility helicopters, where 60 units are to be assembled in India under the Make in India initiative, and on the long-pending acquisition of an additional batch of upgraded Mi-17 V5 medium lift helicopters. The BrahMos supersonic cruise missile, already in service with all the 3 Indian services and now being exported to countries such as the Philippines, is likely to see new orders for its extended range and air-launched variants.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible world of communications, satellites, and computer networks. The army demonstrated it could move, strike hard, and hold ground inside enemy territory within 72 to 96 hours, showing a strategy built on speed and shock rather than slow, grinding advances. This matters because in today's world, with television cameras and international pressure, military victories must come quickly before diplomacy forces everyone to stop. It reflects lessons from recent conflicts, where hesitation costs more than decisive action, and where the side that acts fastest often wins, regardless of overall strength. Equally important is that most of the equipment used was made in India, from Dhanush howitzers to indigenous bridges to homegrown kamikaze drones. This means India can fight a sustained war without depending on foreign suppliers who might refuse to send spare parts or ammunition during a crisis. The presence of some imported systems like Apache helicopters alongside Indian equipment shows a practical approach that uses the best available technology while building our own industrial base. When Western Command leadership validated that Kharga Corp can launch high-speed armored attacks across rivers, forests and cities in all kinds of combat conditions, it was more than just approval, but confirmation that plans on paper have become battlefield reality. The exercise sends an unmistakable message that anyone planning aggression along our western border should understand the consequences have changed fundamentally. Any future attack will not be met with patient restraint, but with immediate, crushing force designed to inflict unacceptable damage before the aggressor can even fully mobilize. In an age where actions speak louder than words, where military strength must be demonstrated, not just claimed, the Indian Army chose to show rather than tell. It displayed an offensive capability built on indigenous technology, networked warfare, and the ability to strike deep and fast. The message to Pakistan and to the world is crystal clear. India is no longer a reactive power satisfied with defending its borders, but a nation ready and able to punish aggression with overwhelming force. Exercise Ram Prahar was not just a military drill, but a declaration of strategic intent. And perhaps the most important aspect is that it required no accompanying explanation because the capabilities on display spoke for themselves.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो।
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend, on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started with the 6 stories that have set the agenda today. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Modi will be greeting Russian President Vladimir Putin with a warm namaste at Hyderabad House. The leaders will hold delegation-level talks focusing on defense deal, energy cooperation and expanding trade to nearly $100 billion by 2030. What is the inside scoop? We'll get you all that. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, meanwhile, says that it was Jawaharlal Nehru who wanted to use your, mine and every other taxpayer's money to rebuild the Babri Masjid, and this has ignited a huge political storm. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, meanwhile, is back with his Sanatan slander, sparking outrage by asking, are there 3 crore gods in Hinduism? While defending ideological diversity in the Congress party. The BJP workers have then burnt his effigy in Hyderabad, and union ministers have demanded an unconditional apology for insulting Hindu faith. Jamaat-e-Ulama-e-Hind chief Maulana Mahmood Madani declares Jihad is sacred and it must be taught in schools. And the person backing him, ladies and gentlemen, and reiterating this remark is no other than a sitting member of parliament from the Samajwadi Party. Also, after the truce meetings, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar are holding parallel meetings with the Congress High Command. It looks like all is still not well in Karnataka. And another heated debate in Parliament was on the Sanchar Sathi app after the massive backlash. The government has now rolled back the clause. What does it mean for you? We'll get you all of that. Ladies and gentlemen, we start our edition with the first focus story that we are tracking that has set the national agenda. A historic handshake of friendship. A decades-old bond about to get a fresh glow. India is rolling out the red carpet as Russian President Vladimir Putin arrives tomorrow for his first state visit since the Ukraine war began. From a private dinner by the Prime Minister to a packed strategic agenda, the India defense ties are set for a major reset. Here's all that you need to know about the major handshake that's going to happen in the national capital tomorrow.
Old partners India and Russia are gearing up for a new, upgraded chapter as Vladimir Putin touches down in New Delhi tomorrow. Putin will be welcomed with a private dinner hosted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a rare gesture signaling warmth and trust at the very top. On December 5th, the Russian president will receive a ceremonial welcome at Rashtrapati Bhavan, followed by bilateral talks at Hyderabad House, where the real business begins. High on the agenda, a labour mobility pact that will open doors for Indian professionals in Russia's construction, healthcare and hospitality sectors. Both sides are also pushing hard to expand trade, from oil payment mechanisms to securing long-term supply lines amid Western sanctions. Moscow has openly said it admires India's sovereignty and wants to shield bilateral trade from third country pressure. A potential free trade agreement with the Eurasian Economic Union is moving forward, and both leaders are expected to discuss boosting India's exports into the Russian market, a key priority for New Delhi. Defense ties, the backbone of India-Russia cooperation, will dominate the talks. The S-400 missile system, Sukhoi 57 fighter jets, and long-pending joint projects are all on the table, as Moscow looks to deepen strategic military engagement with India. Also expected is a major push on civil nuclear energy, including Russian small modular reactors and the completion of ongoing nuclear plants in India. The two leaders will head to Bharat Mandapam to address business leaders and jointly launch Russia Today's India Operations, a 100-member media bureau entering the Indian market. For India, securing the safe return of its nationals who were enrolled in the Russian military is also expected to be discussed. Putin has also linked this visit to Russia's wider Asia strategy, signaling that Moscow wants its ties with India and China to rise to a quantitatively new level. A private dinner, a grand banquet, big-ticket defense talks, and a roadmap for future trade, technology, and energy. Putin's visit is not just diplomacy. It's a reset, a reaffirmation and a reminder that India-Russia ties continue to carry weight in a changing world. As President Putin arrives tomorrow, all eyes are on New Delhi, where old friends meet again, ready to script their next chapter.
And on to our second top story. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh claim has brought back the Babri debate back in focus. This after he claimed that the country's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, had sought public funds to rebuild the Babri Masjid. But Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel prevented the plan from going ahead. The Union Minister made the claims on Tuesday, that is yesterday, while addressing a unity march in Gujarat to commemorate Sardar Patel's 150th birth anniversary. There are several opposition leaders who countered the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's remarks, saying that the country's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, wanted to rebuild the Babri Masjid using public funds and accused Rajnath Singh of ruling of the BJP of distorting historical facts. Here is how this remark of Rajnath Singh has become the center point of a huge political debate.
In a bombshell claim that has ignited a huge political storm, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has claimed that India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, of wanting to rebuild the Babri Masjid using taxpayer money.
जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई.
He said it was a plan that was allegedly thwarted by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel.
वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे. जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन.
In a direct swipe at Nehru's legacy, Defence Minister claimed that the first Prime Minister sought to fund the reconstruction of the Babri Masjid, the site of the 1992 demolition, with public coffers. But it was Patel who stood firm as a true secular, blocking the move to avoid government involvement in religious matters. The remark, made during a Gujarat event honouring Vallabhbhai Patel, has drawn fierce backlash from the Congress, who are calling it a blatant distortion of history.
ये सब डिस्ट्रैक्शन है, असली मुद्दे हैं, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं जिन पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, जिन पे बात होनी चाहिए. और ये सब रोज ये कुछ ना कुछ डिस्ट्रैक्शन उठा लेते हैं ताकि हम फिर बयान दें, वो बयान दें, और जो असली मुद्दे हैं पब्लिक के, वो उस पे कोई चर्चा ना हो.
Back in Delhi, the Congress camp erupted in outrage, branding Rajnath Singh's words a complete lie with zero historical backing. They point to Nehru's well-documented opposition to state funding for any religious site, including Somnath, arguing it proves the exact opposite of Rajnath's narrative.
It's a complete lie by Rajnath Singh ji. We all know that Pandit Nehru and Sardar Patel had a cordial relationship, and Pandit Nehru's logic was very simple. Public money should not be spent on any kind of mosque, temple, churches or gurudwaras. It should be people's contribution. People should contribute and build their beliefs. This thing, not government money should be there. Rajnath Singh ji is stooping to this level. He is spreading a lie. I condemn this kind of lies from Rajnath Singh ji.
सरकार के अंदर है कोई दस्तावेज दे दें. हमारे पास दस्तावेज हैं कि सरदार पटेल ने इनके जो पेरेंटल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जो विचारधारा है, उस विचारधारा के विरुद्ध जो पत्र लिखा था और उसके अंदर उसको बैन किया था, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस है. तो ये ऐसी बात मत करें. सरकार के अंदर शामिल लोग अगर इस प्रकार की बातें करेंगे और इस प्रकार का झूठा नैरेटिव देश के अंदर फैलाएंगे तो बहुत ही दुखदायी है.
This statement isn't just rhetoric, it's timed. Just days before the anniversary of the Babri demolition, stirring old wounds in the heart of Ayodhya's political narrative.
17 मार्च 1959 को नेहरू क्या बोलते हैं एक कार्यक्रम में? Some of the temples of South India, however, repel me in spite of beauty. I just can't stand. Why? I do not know. Cannot explain that. But they are oppressive. They suppress my spirit. They do not allow me to rise and keep me down in the dark corridors. I like the sun and air. In contrast, he found Taj Mahal as astoundingly beautiful.
As Gujarat's Rashtriya Ekta Yatra marches on, this Nehru-Patel-Babri clash underscores the BJP's strategy to reclaim Patel's legacy ahead of key anniversaries. The Congress has vowed to counter with facts, but the damage, that's the real background.
At the Telangana Pradesh Congress Committee Executive Meeting, Chief Minister Revanth Reddy sparked a massive controversy by rhetorically questioning two vast of the Hindu deities to underscore the diversity with his party, asking how many gods are there in Hinduism, how many deities are there, and are there 3 crore deities in Hinduism? Now he elaborated with examples like that of Hanuman for the unmarried gods, for those remarrying or drinking alcohol, and religion figures who receive offerings of alcohol, chicken, rice, etc., urging the Congress members to embrace such ideological variety just as Hinduism accommodates all. Now, the anti-Hindu slander by the Congress Neta hasn't gone down well for him. Here's why.
The Congress party is yet again facing backlash for another controversial remark. First on the Indian Army and now on Hindu religion. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy's controversial comments on Hindu gods have ignited a fierce backlash, with the BJP and Hindu organizations accusing the Congress of hurting religious sentiments. At a TPCC executive meeting, Revanth Reddy said that Hindus have over 3 crore gods, each for different purposes.
హిందువులలో ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఉండ్రు ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు 3 కోట్లు ఉండ్రా ఎందుకున్నాయి పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు 2 పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు మందు తాగేటోళ్ళకి ఓ దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు ఎల్లమ్మ పోచమ్మ మైసమ్మ కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు ఉండ్రు పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు అవునా అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు.
The comments triggered instant outrage, with the BJP calling them insulting, derogatory, and an attack on the Hindu faith.
देखिए, मौलाना मदनी हो या कांग्रेस पार्टी हो, दोनों के स्वर आज एक नजर आ रहे हैं. मैं तो धिक्कार शब्द से शुरू करूंगा कांग्रेस के लिए कि जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री कांग्रेस के एटीएम रेवंत रेड्डी जी ने कहा है आज हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए, ये न केवल आपत्तिजनक है, ये घृणक है.
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी एक मुहिम चला रखा है हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, और जो भी इस तरह की बात बोलेगा ना वो भारत के संविधान में भरोसा रखता हो, ना वो भारत की संस्कृति से वास्ता रखता हो. वो कहीं न कहीं उसका इमोशन आक्रांताओं से, मुगल आक्रांताओं से जुड़ा रहा हो, वही व्यक्ति ऐसा बोल सकता है.
Meanwhile, Vishwa Hindu Raksha Parishad has also voiced their condemnation of Revanth Reddy's comments.
CM Revanth Reddy's derogatory remarks on Hindu gods and goddesses is absolutely unacceptable by all the Hindu fraternity in our country. A CM who holds a constitutional post should have a basic sense of what to talk and what not to talk. What kind of remarks can ignite and the belief system of our country. And mocking Hanuman ji today means he's mocking the soul of our nation. He's mocking the very belief system of Sanatana Dharma. He is mocking the civilizational strength of our nation, our heritage, our culture. Does he actually has any kind of guts to address the same kind of an ideology or the free speech, what we call it as? When we say free speech, can he address the same kind of version to any of other religious heads or their gods? We demand an unending apology from the Chief Minister, who has heard the sentiments of several Hindus of this nation or across the globe.
Congress leaders are in damage control mode, insisting that Revanth Reddy's words were misunderstood.
In a party meeting at Gandhi Bhavan, addressing the cadre, he said that Congress is existing from the last 140 years. There are so many leaders who leads the state units, so there are followers who follow different leaders. So he has compared that with the Hindu following the gods, multiple gods. So he compared that, talking about our own political party, how it existed and why the other political parties haven't existed for 140 years. But the BJP is taking it the other way in the state of Telangana and trying to polarize, trying to again use the caste and gods into the politics. But Revanth Reddy's ultimate thing, what he said is not to hurt anybody's sentiments.
The political controversy shows no signs of cooling down, as Revanth Reddy's remarks on Hindu deities have sparked widespread outrage, leading BJP to criticize the Congress-led government in Telangana.
Maulana Mahmood Madani, president of Jamiat Ulama-e-Hind, ignited a national controversy, declaring that jihad is sacred and that it must be taught in schools to dispel widespread misconception linking it to terrorism, emphasizing that concept exists in all religion and that it should be explained, including its types, conditions, and who can undertake it. Now, as the opposite of violence, he calls it, what followed the statement was worse. A sitting member of parliament of the Samajwadi Party almost parroting what the Jamaat Ulama-e-Hind chief said. Here is how this has ignited a huge political debate.
A fresh storm has erupted. Maulana Mahmood Madani has done it again, calling jihad sacred and insisting it must be taught in schools. Madani says the term has been twisted and accuses political leaders and Sanatan voices of equating jihad with terrorism. In an interview, he doubled down, claiming jihad is vital for the nation and must be introduced in school education to teach its true meaning. But when Republic confronted him on his controversial pitch, Madani evaded the question, dodging every direct query.
सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर आपसे स्टेटमेंट सर आपकी जो राय है उसकी बात करना चाह रहे हैं सर आपकी जो राय है आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में एक सेकंड
This comes amid heated debate over Al-Falah University case and his earlier warning of whenever injustice occurs, there will be jihad. Adding fuel to the escalating row, Congress MP Imran Masood backed the idea of teaching jihad, saying jihad is a term that should be taught. It is for the country and for the nation. The controversy deepened further in Parliament, with Samajwadi Party MP Mohibullah Nadwi declaring in Lok Sabha that injustice being done to Muslims means jihad will have to be done.
जिनके पुरखों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी मौलाना अरशद मदनी वो कह रहे हैं कि जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में मैडम एक जुल्म की एक बर्दाश्त होती है और जब बर्दाश्त खत्म हो जाती है तो जुल्म
धन्यवाद.
But the endorsement triggered a fierce counter-attack from the BJP, with MP Sudhanshu Trivedi accusing Congress of promoting what he called a Muslim League Maoist mentality.
मुस्लिम लीगी माओवादी मानसिकता में कांग्रेस की सीमा तक चली गई है कि एक इस्लामिक धर्मगुरु मौलाना मदनी के द्वारा जिहाद शब्द के बारे में बोले जाने पर कांग्रेस के नेता इमरान मसूद आकर व्याख्या करने लगते हैं. मतलब आपको कौन सी ऐसी गरज पड़ी है कि एक बिल्कुल मजहबी विषय के ऊपर आकर आप उसका बचाव कर रहे हैं.
A remark that has once again triggered national outrage, putting the definition and politics of jihad back in the spotlight.
Now, a day after Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar had put up a grand show of unity at the breakfast meeting. There are fresh political speculations that have begun to fly, where General Secretary Kesu Venugopal was today greeted at the Mangaluru airport with loud chants in support of DK Shivakumar. And this, viewers, has once again added fuel to the ongoing power tussle between the Chief Minister and his deputy. Take a look at what happened today.
The Karnataka tussle has once again caught the viewers' attention. From past few days, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar have met each other 2 times for the breakfast meet. Following the meet, both leaders expressed positive views on it, but hours later he gave a cryptic message. Siddaramaiah said that anything can happen in politics. However, in a significant development, an all-out slogan war erupted at airport when KC Venugopal arrived at the Mangaluru airport. Followers of Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar gathered in large numbers and raised slogans demanding he should be made the next Chief Minister. And it did not stop here. Supporters surrounded Venugopal's cars, chanting DK, DK, and insisting that party leadership elevate Shivakumar. Soon after, as Siddaramaiah landed in the city to attend the Guru Gandhi Dialogue Centenary program, his followers immediately broke into Sidhu Sidhu chants. Meanwhile, DK Shivakumar totally brushed aside the political chatter surrounding the slogan raised in his support.
It is the DK is going on last 10 years, sir. There is not nothing new in it. When people started speaking on Modi, people are speaking on DK. Some people speak on Rahul. Some speakers take Sidhu. There is nothing wrong in it. What is there? With their love and affection, they speak. We should take it in a very sportive way.
Now, with the competing chants, public displays of strength and internal jibes, is Karnataka witnessing mere political posturing, or is the power struggle out in open once again?
And the last story of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, usually debates over digital initiatives inevitably have always ignited a familiar storm, beginning with the earnest concerns among people about the user rights and the privacy before devolving into the app. Now, the latest flashpoint in this regard is the Sanchar Sathi app, a government-backed cybersecurity tool that has been launched this year, in fact, in the year of January, to combat the telecom fraud by verifying there are certain devices, numbers, and even blocking or lost stolen phones. They have also been responsible in flagging suspicious connections. After the backlash that was raised by the opposition's flagging security concerns, the government has now rolled back a certain clause saying that this app is certainly not mandatory for all the viewers. Here is why it matters to you.
Controversy over the Sanchar Sathi app continues to escalate as the opposition fearmongers over privacy breach. The government recently introduced the app as a security and awareness platform whose purpose is to help mobile users manage their digital identity. The app promises to protect users and tracking misuse of mobile numbers and prevent fraudulent SIMs. The government pointed out that it's essential to fight cybercrime, stop fraud calls, block suspicious apps, and help track lost or stolen phones.
संचार साथी एक ऐसा ऐप है जिसके आधार पर जन भागीदारी के आधार पर आज देश की एक एक जनता और नागरिक अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख सकता है फ्रॉड से, स्टोलन मोबाइल से, अपने स्टोलन मोबाइल को रिकॉर्ड कर सकता है, रिपोर्ट कर सकता है। पर इसकी सफलता का श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो जनता को जाता है सर, क्योंकि उनके उपयोग के आधार पर ही हम लोग सफल हो पाए।
अपोजिशन ये जो इशू ढूंढ करके लाने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। विंटर सेशन पार्लियामेंट में बिजनेस तय किया गया है, बहुत सारा मुद्दे हैं और कई मुद्दे जो अपोजिशन ने भी उठाया है उस पर हम बातचीत करके आगे क्या करना है इसमें विचार करेंगे। नए नए मुद्दे ढूंढ करके पार्लियामेंट को डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए बहाना बनाने का कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। हर मुद्दे अपने जगह में इम्पोर्टेंट है। लेकिन मुद्दे को आप हथियार बना करके पार्लियामेंट को स्टॉल करेंगे, ये तो ठीक नहीं है.
But the opposition is still pressing on the security concerns, where today the Congress asked for a formal discussion in the upper house. In a notice to Parliament, Congress stated some of the privacy and security concerns linked to the directive.
पहली बात तो आपने आदेश में लिखा है कि ये डिलीट नहीं हो सकती, पर मान लीजिए कि डिलीट हो सकती है, तो भैया फिर आप अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? जबरदस्ती अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? अगर किसी को वो डाउनलोड करनी होगी तो वो ऐप स्टोर पर जाकर डाउनलोड कर सकता है. आप जबरदस्ती अपलोड करके फिर ये कहोगे कि अब ये डिलीट हो सकती है. इतनी देर में अगर फोन का सारा डेटा चुरा लिया गया तो क्या मंत्री जिम्मेवारी लेंगे? बगैर अनुमति के ये अनिवार्य ऐप हिंदुस्तान के नागरिकों के सेल फोन पर जबरदस्ती अपलोड कैसे की जा सकती है? कौन से कानून के तहत ये किया जा रहा है? क्या कोई साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑडिट किया गया? क्या स्टेक होल्डर से कोई चर्चा हुई? जवाब नहीं में है. इसलिए ये मामला आज सदन में मैंने उठाकर सरकार से जवाबदेही देने की बात कही.
Speaking on the concerns, the party said that government must clarify the legal authority for mandating the app. With threats of digital fraud looming, the government has asserted confidence on the use of the app. The question is, why is the opposition spooked by an app that keeps fraud in check?
And that's all that we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. It's time for us to now slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next after the break is Live and Breaking with my colleague Abhishek.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible.
जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा. आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में?
Samajwadi Party MP makes open jihad threat inside parliament, says Muslims will be forced to do jihad.
सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए. सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए.
Massive controversy over Madni's pitch to have jihad taught in schools. Republic confronts the Jamaat Ulema-e-Hind chief.
जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
Rajnath Singh slams Jawaharlal Nehru, claims he wanted to use public funds to build Babri Masjid. Congress calls Rajnath's remarks a lie. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy remarks on Hindu deities spark a huge controversy. BJP calls out Congress's habitual insult of Hindu sentiments. Major speculation over Jharkhand Chief Minister's meet with Prime Minister. Congress calls for key meeting in the state on December 4. Amid Karnataka partasal, Siddaramaiah meets Congress High Command, says will step down if ordered by Rahul. The most extensive coverage on the Modi-Putin meeting in Delhi. Republic Sputnik ahead on live updates. All right, we are getting a breaking news development, and this is about Indigo facing major operational crunch with around 130 flights cancelled across key airports and terminals, struggling with heavy backlog. Delhi reported 38 cancellations by early afternoon today, while Mumbai saw 32, Bengaluru about 40 and Hyderabad 20, affecting both arrivals and departures. The widespread disruptions led to significant passenger inconvenience as airports dealt with mounting delays and crowded terminals. Major operational glitch there for Indigo airline, and not the right pictures to use. These are of a welcoming of an airport. These pictures are of welcoming of an aircraft. But we have seen how in the case of Ahmedabad, for example, for a good 12 hours and more, Indigo passengers face delays because many of their flights were cancelled or not available because of some tech glitches. And now it seems that it's wider, and 130 flights are affected across the country. Mumbai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Delhi, Ahmedabad, among other places where Indigo is facing this crunch. Let's listen to one of those chaos pictures.
बैंगलोर का क्या कह रहे हैं? बैंगलोर पे हम सेइंग
CS Randhawa joining us for more on this. Very good evening to you. Mr. Randhawa, what's your understanding of what kind of tech glitch would have led to Indigo facing these disruptions of 130 flights across the country?
Okay, first and foremost thing, I think the ongoing situation which continued for the software upgrade, which was due till to be completed by 30th of November, and YASA had very clearly stated that in case the aircraft do not undergo the modification in the software, the aircraft cannot fly after 30th of November, 5:30 Indian time. Now, that could be one reason. If they have not upgraded all the aircraft, but then what we heard as per our news, what we received, that they had upgraded all the aircraft with the current software. So the next question comes is that these flight cancellations are partly due to the crew shortage. Incorrect rostering could be one of the issues. And you see, Indigo is operating almost 2,200 flights, per day. And these cancel multiple airports where the maximum flights have been affected or the cancellations: Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore. These are the places where it is affected. The FTTL could be a cause, and constraints in rostering the pilots. So this could be one of the main reasons.
Right.
For the crew shortages, and they have not been able to, give proper assistance to the passengers and convey the information in time, and that has led to total chaos. I would tell you this modification started just towards 28th. Prior to that, I had traveled and on Indigo flight to Delhi. On both the sectors, it was delayed more than 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours. So this is nothing to do with the upgrade of the software. They have been facing this. This was building up. In fact, it started last week. The delays and cancellations. And I could see on the board a lot of flights delayed and some were cancelled. So this is an after effect of the shortages in the crew. And I don't think so. There is the cabin crew shortage. This is more pertinent to the cockpit crew shortage, which would be the attributable reason for the delays. And also added to that is the congestion at Delhi and Mumbai airport, which is pertinent during the winter season. Winter is picking up, but still the visibility is not bad. So the handling of the number of flights at especially Delhi, it causes delays and all that. But these delays cannot lead to cancellation of flights. So this is very clear that it is because of the shortages of crew and incorrect rostering practices, and maybe some FDTL issue also.
Right, Mr. Randhawa. Thank you so much with that perspective on the crisis ailing Indigo Airlines. It seems today 130 flights disrupted. Of course, not all of their flight schedule, but substantive bit for thousands of passengers to get inconvenienced. Moving on, let's look at some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 2. Five-member Congress committee was formed ahead of Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. The panel consists of Girish Chodankar, Suraj Hegde, Nivedit Alva, K. Selva Perunthagai and S. Rajesh Kumar. The committee is basically formed for the election-related matters, specifically for seat-sharing negotiations. A meeting regarding the same is underway at the Congress head office, Satyamurthy Bhavan in Chennai. Ahead of West Bengal's assembly elections, Prime Minister Modi met BJP MPs from Bengal today in Parliament. The Prime Minister directed the MPs to work hard and ensure victory for the party in the state, suggesting that the fight against the current regime must continue. Various strategies were also discussed during the meet, which included highlighting the benefits of a double-engine government and exposing alleged corruption. The Railway Department conducted an intensive investigation today in Lucknow as they received information that Bangladeshis and infiltrators were living in slums near the Lucknow railway station. Following this, the department, in collaboration with the police, launched Operation Cleanup. However, more details are still awaited as to further progress in the investigation. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on Wednesday stated that her ministry does not issue advisory or directions to Life Insurance Corporation of India, the LIC, regarding its investment decisions. and emphasized that the investments that the state-owned insurer made in Adani Group were as per established SOPs. All right, the government rolled back the pre-installation feature of the Sanchar Sathi app for mobile phone manufacturers under pressure from the opposition. The government sources tell us that they decided to do so because they did not want negative perception created by the opposition about the app being some kind of a spyware from its utility getting compromised in the eyes of the people.
Controversy over the Sanchar Sathi app continues to escalate as the opposition fearmongers over privacy breach. The government recently introduced the app as a security and awareness platform whose purpose is to help mobile users manage their digital identity. The app promises to protect users and tracking misuse of mobile numbers and prevent fraudulent SIMs. The government pointed out that it's essential to fight cybercrime, stop fraud calls, block suspicious apps, and help track lost or stolen phones.
संचार साथी एक ऐसा ऐप है जिसके आधार पर जन भागीदारी के आधार पर आज देश की एक एक जनता और नागरिक अपने आप को सुरक्षित रख सकता है फ्रॉड से, स्टोलन मोबाइल से, अपने स्टोलन मोबाइल को रिकॉर्ड कर सकता है, रिपोर्ट कर सकता है। पर इसकी सफलता का श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो जनता को जाता है सर, क्योंकि उनके उपयोग के आधार पर ही हम लोग सफल हो पाए।
ऑपोजिशन ये जो इशू ढूंढ करके लाने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। विंटर सेशन पार्लियामेंट में बिजनेस तय किया गया है, बहुत सारा मुद्दे हैं और कई मुद्दे जो ऑपोजिशन ने भी उठाया है उस पर हम बातचीत करके आगे क्या करना है इसमें विचार करेंगे। नए नए मुद्दे ढूंढ करके पार्लियामेंट को डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए बहाना बनाने का कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। हर मुद्दे अपने जगह में इम्पोर्टेंट है, लेकिन मुद्दे को आप हथियार बना करके पार्लियामेंट को स्टॉल करेंगे, ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
But the opposition is still pressing on the security concerns, where today the Congress asked for a formal discussion in the upper house. In a notice to Parliament, Congress stated some of the privacy and security concerns linked to the directive.
पहली बात तो आपने आदेश में लिखा है कि ये डिलीट नहीं हो सकती, पर मान लीजिए कि डिलीट हो सकती है, तो भैया फिर आप अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? जबरदस्ती अपलोड क्यों कर रहे हो? अगर किसी को वो डाउनलोड करनी होगी तो वो ऐप स्टोर पर जाकर डाउनलोड कर सकता है। आप जबरदस्ती अपलोड करके फिर ये कहोगे कि अब ये डिलीट हो सकती है। इतनी देर में अगर फोन का सारा डेटा चुरा लिया गया तो क्या मंत्री जिम्मेवारी लेंगे? बगैर अनुमति के ये अनिवार्य ऐप हिंदुस्तान के नागरिकों के सेल फोन पर जबरदस्ती अपलोड कैसे की जा सकती है? कौन से कानून के तहत ये किया जा रहा है? क्या कोई साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑडिट किया गया? क्या स्टेक होल्डर से कोई चर्चा हुई? जवाब नहीं में है। इसलिए ये मामला आज सदन में मैंने उठाकर सरकार से जवाबदेही देने की बात कर रही है।
Speaking on the concerns, the party said that government must clarify the legal authority for mandating the app. With threats of digital fraud looming, the government has asserted confidence on the use of the app. The question is, why is the opposition spooked by an app that keeps fraud in check?
All right, political controversy at the hands of Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy. Now, the first time seems like underscoring Congress culture, attacking Hinduism, Hindu gods, Sanatan Dharma. This time, Revanth Reddy, while addressing an internal Congress committee meeting, equating the plurality within Hinduism with some kind of Congress culture. It's become a big row with the BJP hitting back. First, listen to Revanth Reddy in those comments.
ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు 3 కోట్లు ఎందుకున్నాయి? పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, 2 పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళకి ఓ దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ, పోషమ్మ, మైసమ్మ, కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి, కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు, పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. హిందువులలో ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఉండరు? ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు? 3 కోట్లు ఉండరా? ఎందుకున్నాయి? పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, 2 పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటానికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళకి ఓ దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ, పోషమ్మ, మైసమ్మ, కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి, కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు ఉండరు, పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు. అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు.
This is same Revanth Reddy who last week said Congress is a Muslim party, so you get the drift. BJP, of course, came back with a ton of bricks on the Telangana Chief Minister for equating Hindu gods with some kind of Congress culture. Listen it.
तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री श्री रेवंत रेड्डी ने जिस प्रकार से हिंदू देवी देवताओं के बारे में अपमानजनक, अवांछनीय कमेंट किए हैं, उसे किसी भी कीमत पर बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जा सकता। और एक तरफ ये वही मुख्यमंत्री हैं जिन्होंने अभी जुबली हिल के चुनाव में ओपनली बोला था कांग्रेस मतलब मुसलमान, मुसलमान मतलब कांग्रेस। आपको पूरा तहे दिल से मुस्लिम समाज के साथ जाइए, कोई समस्या नहीं है। आप हम सफर, हम प्याला, हम निवाला, हम राज हो जाइए, हमें कोई समस्या नहीं है, मगर हिंदू धर्म के देवी देवताओं को गाली देंगे तो यह बर्दाश्त करने योग्य नहीं है।
देखिए, मौलाना मदनी हो या कांग्रेस पार्टी हो, दोनों के स्वर आज एक नजर आ रहे हैं। मैं तो धिक्कार शब्द से शुरू करूंगा कांग्रेस के लिए कि जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग तेलंगाना के मुख्यमंत्री कांग्रेस के एटीएम रेवंत रेड्डी जी ने कहा है आज हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए, ये न केवल आपत्तिजनक है, ये घृणक है। यह कांग्रेस पार्टी के मनसा के अंदर किस प्रकार से हिंदुओं के खिलाफ एक जहर भरा हुआ है वो दर्शाता है। रेवंत रेड्डी कहते हैं अपने एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी की मीटिंग में कि यदि भगवानों के बीच ही कंसेंसस नहीं है तो हमारे बीच में कंसेंसस कैसे हो सकता है, हम कैसे कंसेंसस बना सकते हैं। यह हिंदू धर्म क्या है? ये सनातन धर्म में 3 करोड़ देवी देवताएं हैं। बैचलर के लिए हनुमान जी हैं, जो 2 शादी करते हैं उनके लिए कोई और भगवान है, कोई ऐसे भगवान हैं जो शराब पसंद करते हैं, कोई ऐसे भगवान हैं जो टॉडी पसंद करते हैं, वेजिटेरियंस दाल रोटी खाने वालों के लिए एक अलग।
Okay, big breaking coming in, and this is connection with the Madurai Deepam episode. Now, following the failure to light the beacon on the Deepathon or the lamp pillar at the top of Tiruparankun Drum Hill, the Madurai bench has ordered that the petitioner along with 10 persons be allowed to go to the Deepathon at the hilltop to light the Kartigai Deepam or the lamp. The bench also directed the Central Industrial Security Force or the CISF to provide necessary security for the process. And the Hindu organizations, of course, have been staging protests, and they have tried to go inside and barge in. There has been anger over Tamil Nadu government move not to allow the lighting of the lamp or the beacon. And now the court intervening, Madurai bench of the Tamil Nadu High Court intervening and allowing the lighting of the lamp. The State Department is still not letting it happen, and that is the reason why this scuffle, this physical altercation is happening between the police and the devotees. It seems these are pictures coming in. The lamp lighting procedure halted by the Tamil Nadu administration despite a court order, and that's the reason why these protests are happening. Rama Ravikumar, the petitioner in this case, has sought contempt of court action against the Tamil Nadu government regarding Thirupannakundram Karthigai Deepam celebration. Justice G.R. Swaminathan, who heard the case and ordered the executive officer of the temple and the Madurai City Police Commissioner to appear via video conference at around 6:05 p.m. as the lamp was not lit on the Deepathun as per the court order. We have Sharda joining us, our correspondent from Chennai, over the phone. Sharda, Please explain to us, has the court decided to proceed with the contempt of court proceedings, and how's the situation on the ground?
Well, as of now, the court has decided that the government has made a contempt of court as they did not light the lamp at 6 p.m. as per the orders given to them on December 1. Now, Justice Subramaniam has stated that the person who filed the petition has the right to go and light the lamp in the Deepathon along with 10 others with him. While multiple arrangements were made today afternoon by the HRNC department to light the lamp, around 5:45 the entire team came down stating that the government had called them for a talk. But after that, the lamp was not lit, and following which now Justice Subramaniam had taken a call and a conference and stated the person who is protesting has the right to go and light the lamp and allow them to do it. Now, following this, tomorrow, a case is expected to be heard in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court for the contempt of court by the HRNC department of the Tamil Nadu.
Right. Thank you so much. Another hearing tomorrow to decide the fate of the lighting of the lamp at the Deepathun of the Tirupangkundaram temple in Madurai. All right, with that, we come to an end of this bulletin. Short break, and you have this is exclusive on the other side.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that...
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend, on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corps was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we bring to you a deep Republic investigation. Are we really rolling out the red carpet for Rohingyas? A question that was asked by the Chief Justice of India. A report now that has been done by my colleague Aishwarya in Hyderabad shows that there are 31 camps in just one city. In fact, it's a pan-India investigation that is being carried out. This is just part one of our investigation, which goes on to indicate that Rohingyas who are basically settled in the heart of Hyderabad do have Aadhaar card as well as various other government ID verification cards. And it seems that there is some sort of a political patronage that has also been given to the Rohingyas. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through a detailed report coming in from Hyderabad. And the other big story, the joint collaboration between Republic TV and news agency Sputnik, getting you the latest on Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit. All this and much more. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Republic TV investigation exposes how infiltrators have been living in large numbers in Hyderabad. Infiltrators confess to Republic how over 30,000 infiltrators have been living in Hyderabad across 31 camps. Countdown has begun for Russian President Putin's much anticipated visit to India. Ahead of Putin's visit to India, Kremlin spokesperson confirms about the multiple high-level pacts that are likely to be signed during the visit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Republic TV investigation which has now exposed how infiltrators from Bangladesh as well as Myanmar have basically settled in Hyderabad across 31 camps. And not just that, they have essentially confessed that they've come from villages in Myanmar and they had similarly reached India, and that an estimated 30,000 people from Myanmar were staying in local camps, which they described as numbering more than 20. The investigation suggests that many crossed over without any difficulty, highlighting what the report portrays as widespread and organized illegal entry into the country. We're going to take you to some of the big takeaways from this investigation. The very fact that on camera they have now basically admitted that yes, they do have government ID cards, which essentially means that this is the first stepping stone for settlement in India. And not just that, when questioned about whether at all there has been a political patronage or not, there is also a response that has essentially come in from them. And it does not end there. It seems that some Western organizations also have vested interest in these very camps. It turns out that they have put out aid camps at these very places, and this is right in the heart of Hyderabad, where my colleague Aishwarya entered and managed to get them on camera. Take a look.
देश में हाल बहुत बुरा है, मार दे रहा वो सब चला दिए, कुछ भी नहीं ना दफा हो जा रहा, कलमा छोड़ो यहाँ से चली गई, मुसलमान मिशन नहीं रहे, मुझे दिख रहा जला दे, जान से मार दिया, हजारों न्यूज़ में देख रहे हैं। तो यहाँ कैसे आए हैं? बस से, ट्रेन से, पैदल, जंगल से, पानी का नदी से, 8 दिन 8 लगता है। कितने लोग अपन कैसा भी नहीं, एक दो करके ऐसे चुपके जो रास्ता पे निकल जाना। आपका फैमिली के साथ आए नहीं, अलग अलग आए। कितने फैमिली मेंबर्स रहते हैं आपके यहाँ? बहुत है यहाँ पर, बहुत हजारों। नहीं, आपके फैमिली मेंबर्स कितने हैं? मेरा 6 वाइफ और बच्चे। तो आपको यहाँ पे कैसे अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह किसी को ना कोई नुकसान करे, ना किसी को डिस्टर्ब करे, मतलब मैंने से अपन जी रहा हूँ। अच्छा, आप यहाँ आके तो आप क्या यहाँ पे कुछ सपोर्ट मिल रहा है गवर्नमेंट की? कुछ भी सपोर्ट तो नहीं है, कुछ तो बुरा नहीं है, ना कुछ परेशानी है। पुलिस वाला आ रहा जा रहा, पुस्तक करके चले आ रहे, साल में एक बार घंटे में ले लेता अपन को, जब मिलते
लोकल सपोर्ट है कुछ पॉलिटिकली?
नहीं, लोकल वाला क्या सपोर्ट देता, अपना प्लाट लेके ऐसा किराया देके जुगड़े बना क्या पड़ेगा।
आपका नाम? और कुछ
तो परेशानी है।
तो लोकली भी आपको कुछ ये नहीं है कि खाना पीना और ये सब?
नहीं, वो रमजान आके कोई बांटता, कोई उसका जकात अगर आए तो बांटता, नहीं तो मिलने वाले को मिलेगा, नहीं मिलने वाले छोड़ गए, किसी का लफड़ा झगड़ा उससे कोई फर्क नहीं।
आप ये शॉप कब रखे?
ये 2018 से।
आज तो आपका घर ये ही शॉप से चलता है? कितने बच्चे हैं आप?
मेरा बच्चे 4 बच्चे। तो हम लोग किधर से है?
दिल्ली से, एनजीओ से।
कौन सा एनजीओ?
एमनेस्ट।
अगर क्या है, अपने की भी एक शर्त है, कोई डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट आया, अपना ऑफिस है एनजीओ मिनिस्टर का, मिनिस्टर से मिलके अपन से परमिशन ले, फिर भी मैं परमिशन दे दिया, गोश भाई आया बोल के। किसी को डरना नहीं, किसी को लड़ाई झगड़ा करने का नहीं।
Now, the other person that we've caught on camera is someone who basically describes for how long he has been in Hyderabad and how he has managed to settle his entire family in the city. Listen.
तो आप कहाँ से?
हैदराबाद से।
हाँ, तो आप यहाँ पे डॉक्टर इन सबको?
हाँ, जनरल फिजिशियन हूँ मैं, मेरे पास पेशेंट्स आते हैं, सभी बुखार, बॉडी पेन, ये लोग की इचिंग ज़्यादा है।
अच्छा।
ये लोग कचरा और कूड़ा सुनते ना, इचिंग ज़्यादा होती है, तो दवाई मेरे पास से लेते, आज दवाई लेते, कल परसों वो कचरा बेच के पैसे देते, पैसे का बहुत दिक्कत है, थोड़ा फाइनेंशियल हेल्प होना है तो फिर मेडिकल कैंप चलाना, एवरी मंथ एक कैंप चलाना है।
अच्छा, तो आप क्या नॉर्मली कितने कैंप्स हैं यहाँ पे पूरे? कितने लोग हैं
यहाँ पे? 21 कैंप से भरना।
21 है, अच्छा। 31 बोल रहे थे? 21
थोड़े लोग चले थे बांग्लादेश।
अच्छा, 21 में पूरे कितने लोग हैं?
पूरे होंगे कम से कम 30,000 हो गए।
तो सारे आपके पास ही आते हैं?
नहीं, मेरे पास थोड़े आते हैं, उधर रूट पे उधर सब जगह जिसका डॉक्टर जब पसंद।
और इनका मोस्टली क्या प्रॉब्लम्स होती है?
क्या है, कोल्ड फीवर होता, बॉडी पेन और इचिंग ज़्यादा होती, यही है कम्युनिकेशन। हार्ड वर्क करते हैं, शाम को जब आते हैं तो बहुत इलनेस हो जाता, वीकनेस हो जाता।
Well, for all those who have been questioning as to what action should be taken against infiltrators and why should there be any action against them, one must listen to the fact that it does turn out that this has been done in a very systematic manner. The very fact that they've been living here for several years put together and the fact that they've managed to get their government IDs. The next soundbite that we're going to play out right now will essentially tell you that whether at all there has been any sort of help or not, or how exactly it is being done in a clandestine manner.
अच्छा, तो आप कितने छोटे थे जब यहाँ पे आए?
तो बहुत छोटा, 4-5 महीने।
4-5 महीने। क्यों आपके पेरेंट्स सब कुछ बोले थे क्यों आ गए थे हम यहाँ पे, कैसे आए थे?
करने वाले में।
तो आप तब से अभी आप यही कचरा कुछ करने वाला काम?
नहीं, 4-5 साल से।
आपको जाना है फिर यहीं पे रहना है आपको?
आप लोग यहाँ आके पैदा हुए थे ना? अच्छा, कब से यहाँ पे हुआ बताओ, मतलब कितने सालों से आपके पेरेंट्स यहाँ पे आए?
10-12 साल।
स्कूल आप लोग जाते हो? कहाँ पे?
बोलने में
यहाँ चंद्रगोटा का गवर्नमेंट स्कूल पे जाते हो? तो आप सब लोग जाते हो स्कूल? कौन से क्लास में हो सब लोग? 5th। आप? 6th। अच्छा, तो आपको यहीं रहना है कि वापस जाना है?
जाए तो जाना है।
तो आप सब यहीं पे पैदा हो गए? आप
यहाँ आके ही पे?
आपको कुछ परेशानी बोलो।
आपका नाम बताओ, आप यहाँ कहाँ से हो?
मैं रोशी के वेस्ट कर काम करता हूँ, काम करो।
आप कुछ हिंदी आती है? तो आप हिंदी में बोलिए कि आप कहाँ से हो?
वेस्ट कर काम करो। ये काम से।
अच्छा, ये काम करते हो आप। अच्छा, तो
अब कैसे आए, कितना मुश्किल हुआ आपको आने में, कैसे हो रहा आपका अभी?
मुश्किल नहीं,
कब आए थे आप?
15 साल हो गए।
15 साल हो गए। अच्छा, कैसे आए थे आप यहाँ पे?
यहाँ से बांग्लादेश में बस में ट्रेन में आए।
ट्रेन में, बस में?
यहाँ से बस में
पैदल भी आ गए?
पैदल में।
आप यहाँ कौन से कैंप पे रहते हो?
ये 25 नंबर में।
अच्छा, तो आपके कितने फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं?
मेरे फैमिली में 7 आदमी।
7 आदमी। तो बच्चे कितने?
5 बच्चे।
5 बच्चे। आपके वाइफ और आपके 5 बच्चे। अच्छा, तो आप यहाँ पे कुछ प्रॉब्लम है कि लोकल में कुछ एमएलए में सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? कुछ एमएलए में सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं आप?
बर्मा में बहुत ज्यादा लड़ाई हुआ है, इसलिए सब लोग इधर आ गया। फिर बांग्लादेश में है, इधर भी है।
कितने फैमिली?
12 साल भी हो रहा, 10 साल भी हो रहा, 8 साल भी हो रहा है। ऐसा लोग सब लोग इधर भी है, उधर भी है।
कितने कैंप है यहाँ पे?
यहाँ पे 9 कैंप होगा।
अच्छा, आपका क्या यहाँ पे कैसे मदद मिल रहा है आपको? क्या
कुछ भी मदद नहीं है। 9 दिन के पहले एक बार NCR का तरफ राशन मिला, थोड़ा सा चावल, 30 किलो चावल मिला, 10 किलो आटा भी मिला, और कुछ भी नहीं मिलता।
तो आप डेली रोजगार क्या
रोज आटा छिलता, रोज घर वाला काम पे जाता।
आपको कितना मुश्किल हुआ इधर आने में आपको?
बहुत मुश्किल ज्यादा हो रहा है।
नहीं, आप कैसे आए यहाँ पे?
ट्रेन से आए।
ट्रेन से आए? अच्छा, कितने दिन लगेंगे ऐसे? कैसे, कितना मुश्किल से आए थे?
8 दिन लगता।
अच्छा, सिर्फ ट्रेन पे? कितने अपने पूरे परिवार के साथ आए थे?
पैदल भी चलता 2 दिन, ट्रेन से भी 3 दिन लगता, 8 दिन लगता इधर आए।
अच्छा, ये लोकल में कुछ एमएलए वाले हेल्प कर रहे हैं आपके?
नहीं, कुछ भी हेल्प नहीं।
ठीक है, तो आप रोज में क्या करते हैं?
आटा छिलते हैं, दूसरा लोग देता है ना, 15 रुपया में सब लोग छिलता। अच्छा, 1 किलो 15 रुपया।
अच्छा, 12 साल। कितने ये कैंप नंबर 25 में कितने?
25 है।
कितने फैमिलीज रहते हैं?
40 फैमिली रहता।
40 फैमिलीज रहता है। अच्छा, तो आपको आप कब आए थे और कैसे आए थे इंडिया?
इंडिया से हम लोग 12 सब हो गए यहाँ।
कैसे आए थे?
हम लोग तो बॉर्डर से गाड़ी पकड़ के, ट्रेन पकड़ के आए।
अच्छा,
इधर कुछ मुश्किल हो रहा है आपको, मतलब कुछ परेशानी?
अभी तो मुश्किल नहीं हो रही,
सब सही है, सब बराबर चल रहा है।
तो आपको कुछ
लोकल एमएलए सबका हेल्प मिल रहा क्या?
हाँ, लोकल मेरे को कुछ भी लड़ाई उड़ाई कुछ भी नहीं हो रही।
नहीं, कुछ एमएलए का सपोर्ट है क्या?
कुछ भी हमारे को सपोर्ट नहीं है।
वो लोग आगे पूछ रहे क्या कैसे आपको कैसे खाना पानी मिल रहा है, क्या सब पूछ रहे क्या वो लोग?
नहीं,
सपोर्ट चाहिए तो दे देंगे।
ऐसा तो कुछ भी नहीं पूछ रहे, हम लोग अपना अपना काम करके खा रहे थे।
यहाँ पे मोसी क्या काम करते हैं आप लोग? काम क्या करते हो आप लोग?
हम लोग तो स्क्रैप का काम करते हैं।
ठीक,
There almost 30 families are living here with they're doing several menial works is what they are doing. This is one of the many camps that are in and around Hyderabad. This is, as we can see, this is one of the ginger and garlic business that they are doing. आपका नाम क्या?
मेरा नाम हाउसन अली।
आप कब कहाँ से हो?
हिंदी का
अच्छा, आपको आता है हिंदी में?
हिंदी नहीं आता।
हिंदी नहीं आता है। आप कहाँ से हैं? म्यांमार। कब आए थे?
आने का मेरा देश में झगड़ा है, रवारी है, हमारे का क्या जान ले आ जा रही है। जान लेता है ना, विदेश में आ गए।
अच्छा, कब कितने साल हो गए यहाँ आके?
3 साल में, 2012 में।
अच्छा,
ये यूनिसेफ का हेल्प मिल रहा है आपको? यूनिसेफ वाले आ रहे आके बात कर रहे हैं? यूनिसेफ वाले,
एनजीओ वाले, कुछ
एनजीओ वाले
या लोकल एमएलए वाले कुछ आके आपसे बात करके हेल्प कर रहे हैं?
बोलने को बात है हिंदी का ज्यादा नहीं
अच्छा ठीक है
Shift focus now to the big collaboration between Republic TV and Sputnik. Ladies and gentlemen, as Russian President Vladimir Putin's visit to India is expected tomorrow to further bolster mutually beneficial economic cooperation between India and Russia and pave the way for bolstering Indian exports across a range of sectors. Now, ahead of this, a Kremlin spokesperson has essentially spoken to Sputnik, talking about what is high on the agenda for Putin's visit to India. So what are we to really expect on 4th and 5th of December when President Putin is here in India in terms of the governmental agreements that are likely to take place? Now, this is a Sputnik news break getting us details of what's basically expected in the next few days. We have basically got some details of what is expected, and then we'll straight away go across to Sputnik Moscow reporter joining us. First, it's an informal conversation that's likely to take place between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, and there will be official negotiations. There will be signing of the 10 intergovernmental documents and over 15 commercial agreements. There's a participation in a Russia-India business forum, and thereafter there would be media statements, a visit to the Mahatma Gandhi Memorial, and as far as who exactly would be present, we're being told that accompanying the President to India are 7 ministers, including Defense Minister Belousov and Finance Minister Sulanov, as well as Central Bank Governor. And a large business delegation is also traveling, is what we are being told right now. We'll straight away go across to our Sputnik reporter who's joining us from outside the Kremlin. Bella, thank you very much. You're joining us from outside the Kremlin. Some details that we've been able to pick up with regards to signing the mobility and economic pacts. What more details are you picking up? What are we to expect once President Putin lands in New Delhi?
Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to see you. And now I want to tell you about the most important topic now is our financial system. It's very important that Sberbank has implemented a system that allow money transfers between 2 countries in just a few minutes. And the Russian Central Bank will open soon an office in India, and it's very important because this operation can resolve all our financial issues, our financial matters that we have, and to circumvent sanctions, Russia and India have agreed to conduct transactions in our national currencies, Russian rubles and Indian rupees. And this helps to avoid all issues and problems with dollars that we have. That's all, maybe. It's a very important topic nowadays.
Well, I'll just request you to stay on with us because we are also getting in some more details with regards to the Chennai-Vladivostok deal that has already been signed and the movement that's essentially going to take place. India and Russia, what we are being told is ahead of President Putin's visit, we are also picking up details in terms of the Chennai-Vladivostok route, which is basically high on agenda in terms of the transportation of various materials that are likely to take place and how exactly Chabar would play an important role here. Let me go back to Bella, who's joining us from Sputnik's Moscow office. Bella, with regards to the Chennai-Vladivostok Pact, This was already signed in the past. In terms of the movement, in terms of trade, there is a clear indication that has come in from the Deputy Prime Minister that Russia essentially wants to double up trade right now with India. How exactly does Russia really view this? What are we to really expect on these lines?
I think Russia is very interested to help our friend as India. And nowadays, we creating the new area, our financial area, our military affairs relations, and our strategic planning is very important that we creating today. I think so. That's very important.
Thank you very much, Bella, for joining us on this broadcast. In fact, over the next 2 days, we would be having Sputnik's reporters from across the globe joining us and giving us insights into what is really expected from the meeting that's going to take place between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. A joint collaboration with the largest team of reporters on the ground and a collaboration like never before. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरी राजा.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला. स्टर करो. पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता. उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है. सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम. रहो बेफिक्र.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे. दिल झूमे देखो.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible world of communications, satellites, and computer networks. The army demonstrated it could move, strike hard, and hold ground inside enemy territory within 72 to 96 hours, showing a strategy built on speed and shock rather than slow, grinding advances. This matters because in today's world, with television cameras and international pressure, military victories must come quickly before diplomacy forces everyone to stop. It reflects lessons from recent conflicts, where hesitation costs more than decisive action, and where the side that acts fastest often wins, regardless of overall strength. Equally important is that most of the equipment used was made in India, from Dhanush howitzers to indigenous bridges to homegrown kamikaze drones. This means India can fight a sustained war without depending on foreign suppliers who might refuse to send spare parts or ammunition during a crisis. The presence of some imported systems like Apache helicopters alongside Indian equipment shows a practical approach that uses the best available technology while building our own industrial base. When Western Command leadership validated that Kharga Corp can launch high-speed armored attacks across rivers, forests and cities in all kinds of combat conditions, it was more than just approval, but confirmation that plans on paper have become battlefield reality. The exercise sends an unmistakable message that anyone planning aggression along our western border should understand the consequences have changed fundamentally. Any future attack will not be met with patient restraint, but with immediate, crushing force designed to inflict unacceptable damage before the aggressor can even fully mobilize.
From jihad lessons to jihad call in parliament. Open calls for jihad by two top Muslim leaders. No repercussion for seeking religious war, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
From your smartphones to your smart televisions, trending stories are breaking the internet. NASA has discovered what is probably the most telling proof of life in space. And of course, all eyes are now on the much-awaited Vladimir Putin touchdown in the national capital. Meanwhile, Indigo viewers seems to be in a hot soup with multiple cancellations. We can only wonder what is happening to the most trusted airline in India. And in the world of sports, the India-South Africa match is also making headlines. And last but certainly not least, a particular Congress MP, quote-unquote, barked at media, quite literally. The internet, of course, is having an absolute field day. We have this and a lot more for you. I am Oyana and this is Trending. A startling revelation has sent a buzz through the scientific world, viewers. Sugars essential for life have been found in pristine asteroid Bennu samples collected by NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft. Even more surprising was that these samples also had a mysterious gum-like organic material and ancient stardust that predates our solar system. While this doesn't prove life once existed on Bennu, the find suggests that key building blocks for life may have been floating around the early solar system. Stick around because the cosmic story may be far richer than one can imagine. The DNA carries our genes, but RNA is just as vital for life. Scientists have now found that the sugar ribose from RNA in asteroid Bennu. But what makes Bennu special is the absence of deoxyribose, the sugar found in DNA. Scientists spoke that this supports the RNA world hypothesis, suggesting early life may have relied on RNA to store information and drive reactions. So essentially, these space rocks are giving us clues about how life might have gotten its start. And meanwhile, viewers, many science geeks have reacted on this discovery and stated many facts related to it. One of the university involved in this discovery gave a positive response on it, whereas another scientist, Scott Sanford at NASA's Ames Research Center, is essentially peering back to the very dawn of the solar system. Meanwhile, one of the astrophysicists from the NASA's Ames Research Center talked about how remarkable this discovery was. All right, viewers, India witnesses an important development as the nation officially commences its hosting duties as Russian President Vladimir Putin officially lands in India tomorrow. This is ahead of the diplomatic visit that is impending, that is the 4th of December onwards. Hi viewers, Indigo faced a major operational crunch with around 130 flights cancelled across key airports and terminals, struggling with heavy backlogs. Delhi reported 38 cancellations by early afternoon, while Mumbai airport saw 32, Bengaluru just about 40 and 20 from Hyderabad, affecting both arrivals and departures. The widespread disruptions led to significant passenger inconvenience as airports dealt with mounting delays and crowded terminals. Viewers, the much talked about India versus South Africa series has its second ODI match played today, held at Shahid Veer Narayan Singh International Cricket Stadium in Raipur. And the moments from the match priceless and absolutely a rage online. Let's take you through the plethora of viral moments leading up to this match and during the match. As for coincidences or lucky mishaps, today's match was off to an eventful start. Let's just say, viewers, that India might just be breaking records on another front too, at losing coin tosses. India's loss at the toss today recorded its 20th consecutive coin toss loss, the staggering run of which began in November of 2023 when India lost the toss in the ICC World Cup final. Since then, every international format, be it tests, ODIs or T20s, has seen the men in blue on the wrong side of the coin. Rohit Sharma led the team to a blistering start, thrilling fans, but the joy was short-lived as it hurtled to an abrupt end as the former India captain was dismissed for 14 of 8 balls, moments after smashing a hat-trick of 4s against Berger in Raipur. The dismissal raised instant drama, where Berger bowled one angling away at 138.5 kilometers per hour. Rohit defended tentatively, and Quinton de Kock leapt forward, claiming the catch. The on-field umpire remained unmoved, but South Africa opted for DRS, and the replay stunned Rohit. Ultra Edge showed a clear spike as the ball passed the bat, confirming the faint outside edge. Rohit, visibly surprised, walked back reluctantly after a promising burst that had put India in early control. Just minutes earlier, Rohit had lit up the stadium with 3 consecutive boundaries, including an edge drive through the cordon, a stylish flick through mid-wicket, and another edge through the slips, showcasing both flair and fortune. Fans were left lamenting if only this momentum had lasted through the innings. The early dismissal of the hosts' openers with just 62 on the scoreboard left Virat Kohli and Ruturaj Gaikwad on the spot. And boy, did they live up the moment and all the heat and pressure that came along with it. With Kohli hitting a sparkling consecutive century and Gaikwad smashing 105 of 83 balls with 12 fours and 2 sixes, the match was no less of a nail-biting experience for the Indian audience, leaving South Africa to chase 277 on a dewy pitch as India chased a series win. Our viewers, on the 3rd of December, Congress Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament Renuka Chaudhary made headlines for her unconventional response to journalists who were situated right outside the Parliament in the national capital. When pressed about a potential privilege motion against her stemming from an earlier incident where she brought a stray puppy to the Parliament premises, she imitated a dog's bark, quite literally. And on your screens are the visuals from the previous day when this entire controversy erupted. The Congress MP seen bringing in a stray puppy into the Parliament premises, after which, when she was confronted by journalists, quite literally, she barks at the media, and this is her response. Take a look.
आपके खिलाफ संसद में प्रिविलेज मोशन लाने की तैयारी कर रही है बीजेपी, क्या कहेंगे आप? और क्या बोल? मैम, आपके खिलाफ संसद में प्रिविलेज मोशन लाने की तैयारी कर रही है बीजेपी, क्या कहेंगे आप? और क्या बोल? मैम, आपके खिलाफ संसद में प्रिविलेज मोशन लाने की तैयारी कर रही है बीजेपी, क्या कहेंगे आप? और क्या बोल?
Hi viewers, this bite has unsurprisingly gone massively viral. On your screens are the responses that are now coming in, and while the comments are many, the sentiment across the internet remains the same. Renuka has lost her mind. Our viewers, Kotak Mahindra Bank founder Uday Kotak on the 3rd of December said that Indian business should be ready to face the impact of Indian rupee hitting a record low of rupees 90 against US dollar and shake out of the comfort zone. That's not all. The veteran banker in fact goes on to blame foreign institutions selling Indian equities and said for now they seem smarter as local investors continue their buying spree. The rupee versus dollar row, viewers, has shaken up all of the nation, and yet another notable reaction to note is from our very own Union Minister Piyush Goyal. His take on the rupee depreciation against the dollar, emphasizing on the nation working towards a deeper integration with global trading partners.
The Indian economy continues to power on. Growth we have just seen is at 8.2% even in the second quarter, beating all estimates. We have seen the lowest ever inflation in the last few months. Foreign exchange reserves continue to be strong. Capital inflows and investments in infrastructure, consumer spending, all the levers of the economy have demonstrated a great deal of positivity. Merchandise exports are also on a strong wicket. If I remember correctly, some of you had reported about the October merchandise exports having gone down. Incidentally, November has gone up by a greater amount than what had gone down in October.
Okay viewers, let's revisit what he said. Kotak Mahindra Bank founder Uday Kotak said that Indian businesses should be ready to face what he calls the impact of Indian rupee hitting a record low of rupees 90 against the US dollar and shake out of the comfort zone. That's not all. He also went on to say, in fact, to blame foreign institutions selling Indian equities. Hot off the plates and straight to your screens, here are the hot trends of the day. Sparking fresh speculation, Miley Cyrus has everyone talking after she was spotted sporting a sparkling diamond ring at the Avatar Fire and Ash premiere, and all eyes instantly shifted to a long-term partner, musician Max Morando. The two have been linked since late 2021 after meeting on a blind date, and since then they've kept things private yet quite steady. Quiet romance, low-key appearances and even a few music collabs were along the way. And there's excitement outside Gurgaon's Magnolia Bakery has been soaring with hour-long queues every single day. In the middle of this craze, a local man named Deepak Sehrawat pulled off a clever free dessert hack. He bought extra treats, picked up his order, then sold the extras at double the price to someone still waiting. The profit covered his own bill, making his desserts effectively free. His new business opportunity Unlocked video has gained attention over the internet and has now crossed 8 lakh views. Passengers on a packed Southwest Airlines flight got an unexpected holiday season surprise when a grey cat wriggled free from its carrier mid-air and started wandering down the aisles. And yes, someone caught it all on video. As chaos turned cute, a flight attendant gently scooped up the calm cat and paraded it down the cabin while the crew tried to locate its owner. Eventually, the rightful owner claimed the pet and the cat was safely returned to its carrier. India just pulled off a major defense milestone where DRDO successfully tested a fighter jet escape system using a high-speed rocket sled going 800 kilometers per hour. The trial validated critical safety steps. The canopy was severed, ejection sequenced perfectly, and even a dummy pilot was recovered successfully. Officials say this puts India in an elite club of nations, but can carry out advanced in-house escape system tests. Waves of happiness ran through as now Shubman Gill has been declared fit and is back in contention for the T20 International Series against South Africa after recovering from his neck injury. A source from BCCI confirmed he is likely to return as vice-captain. Meanwhile, the source also denied reports that board officials are planning to hold a meeting with senior players Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma and head coach Gautam Gambhir on the increasing chatter around dressing room tensions. After facing online backlash, music composer and filmmaker Palash Muchal has now taken a spiritual approach. Palash Muchal recently visited Premanand Maharaj at Sri Radha Keli Kunj, his ashram in Vrindavan. A picture of Palash Muchal wearing a mask is doing rounds on social media. Earlier this week, he was photographed at the airport making his first public appearance after the wedding was postponed due to multiple medical emergencies. Now, a day after actor Samantha Ruth Prabhu and Raj Nidimoru quietly tied the knot at the ultra-serene Isha Yoga Center, Raj's sister Sheetal Nidimoru dropped a wholesome family snap, basically the official entry pass, welcoming Samantha into the clan. With curiosity about the couple hitting peak internet levels, Sheetal shut down the noise with a heartfelt, drama-free declaration which goes, "The family is all in, fully, joyfully and without hesitation." Amir Khan Productions made the quirkiest film announcement with Happy Patel, Khatarnak Jasoos, which will be marking Veer Das's directorial debut. The film also features Veer Das and Mona Singh, but what caught the internet's attention was Imran Khan's much-awaited comeback after a decade with a surprising glimpse in the announcement video. His last release was Katti Batti with Kangana Ranaut in 2015, followed by his directorial debut with the short film Mission Mars, Keep Walking India in 2018. Fans can't keep their calm as star Ranveer Singh is about to make his return to the big screen after 2 whole years. But there is one more reason that makes this film special. Dhurandhar now stands as the longest Bollywood release in the past 17 years. With a runtime of 214 minutes, that is 3 hours and 34 minutes, Aditya Dhar's action drama surpasses all major Hindi films since Ashutosh Gowarkar's Jodha Akbar, that was 3 hours and 33 minutes, released in 2008. And there's good news for all the Potterheads watching our show this evening. New pictures of Daniel Radcliffe and Tom Felton, who played Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy respectively in the celebrated franchise, shows the pair reuniting in New York City recently. What makes this reunion all the more special is that it was captured after more than a decade. The picture that has now gone viral shows the two co-stars hugging and exchanging greetings. They were last seen together in 2011 at the premiere of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 in New York. And viewers, ahead of Navy Day 2025, the celebrations and tributes of which are impending on the 4th of December, that is tomorrow, the Indian Navy took to social media platform X to celebrate the courage, the commitment and the professional excellence of their forces. A force that protects us at sea and catalyzes India's maritime rise. And this, viewers, is how we close this show tonight with a tease into what lies ahead for the Indian Navy. Thanks for watching.
The Indian Navy's journey begins where the land meets the endless blue, where silence has weight and courage has depth. Born of storm, shaped by pressure, forged by the sea. This is a force that stays ready, always. It sharpens its edge every moment. Every wave tested. Every horizon watched. Every second ready. In the unseen depths, on the edge of the storm, they stand guard. The Navy's true power lies in its people. Men and women who carry the ocean in their resolve. And when the moment demands, their discipline becomes action. Their courage becomes command. This is the Indian Navy. Combat ready, cohesive, Atmanirbhar, safeguarding seas for a Viksit Samriddh Bharat. Indian Navy, forged by the sea.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine. Tanks like the T-90S Bhishma and upgraded T-72 with night vision capabilities worked alongside artillery guns like the K-9 Vajra and Pinaka rocket launchers that can hit targets 90 kilometers away. The army showed it could cross deep rivers under fire using special bridge-laying tanks that can set up a 20-meter bridge in less than 4 minutes while enemy guns are firing at them. Special forces were dropped at night from heights of 25,000 feet deep behind enemy lines, showing that Indian forces can strike anywhere, not just at the border. But the real story is not about tanks and guns alone, but about how technology has changed warfare itself. The exercise used drones by the dozens, from surveillance platforms to swarms of 50 kamikaze drones that can attack targets on their own, alongside systems that can jam enemy drones and shoot them down. The time between spotting an enemy target and firing at it was reduced to just 5 minutes using computers and artificial intelligence that help commanders make faster decisions. Electronic warfare units jammed enemy communications across multiple frequencies while keeping Indian networks secure, and cyber teams practiced attacking enemy command centers digitally. Modern war is no longer just about who has more soldiers or bigger guns, but about who controls the invisible world of communications, satellites, and computer networks. The army demonstrated it could move, strike hard, and
from the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
Co-powered by Century Ply, Club Prime, Raho Befikar.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000 soldiers organized into battle groups that can fight independently, suggesting that the army is moving away from old defensive tactics toward a more aggressive approach that can strike on multiple fronts at once. This is not the army that waits behind borders anymore, but one that is ready to take the fight into enemy territory if provoked. The scenario itself, a cross-border offensive in response to a Pakistani attack, makes clear that India is no longer content with merely defending its borders, but is prepared to hit back hard and fast. What makes Ram Prahar different from past exercises is how everything worked together like a well-oiled machine.
From the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court of India, the law roars louder, real, fearless, historic. The first Buddhist Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavai, unshaken in conviction. This weekend on the legal side of things, only on Republic TV.
I want Gen Z of this country to know that their country will be taken over by foreigners. Don't let Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Kharge confuse you about SIR. SIR is an attempt by the Election Commission to clean up the electoral rolls which have been infiltrated by infiltrators. India is for Indians. India is not for Bangladeshis. They will take our jobs, they will take our livelihoods, they will take our land, and they will challenge our way of life. We have to put an end to this. Look at what Mamata Banerjee has done in Bengal. These are the vote banks of Congress Party and Mamata Banerjee. Did the infiltrator follow the rules while infiltrating into my country and threatening my existence? Can we make infiltration into a national issue? This is not about politics and politicians. This is about you.
When they globalized, they thought this globalization will benefit only people who know how to operate economics. China did not know how to operate economics, but it knew how to operate the people who operate economics, and they looted America. America produced a Frankenstein monster by giving more MFN facilities to China, giving them all the technologies, and China became the factory to produce goods for America, and of course all kinds of political influences were there to defeat Russia, which was the greatest ambition of America. which made them expand the NATO, which has resulted in the Ukraine war. But India was always careful. We calibratedly accepted globalization. We never wholeheartedly accepted globalization. It is because the society of India would never allow globalized ideas to enter. That is the reason why we are a different society.
From Moscow to Delhi, the world is watching as Russian President Vladimir Putin arrives in India. Stay tuned to unprecedented on-ground coverage. I'm Bella Nagoeva reporting for the Republic Sputnik joint broadcast. The best of India and Russia. Republic and Sputnik get you the most comprehensive coverage of the Putin-Modi summit.
From Moscow to Delhi, the world is watching as the Russian President Vladimir Putin arrives in India. Stay tuned to unprecedented on-ground coverage. I'm Michael Sukharev, reporting for the Republic Sputnik joint broadcast.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the debate tonight, big controversy and why Rajnath Singh is right when he says that Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to use taxpayer money to rebuild the Babri Masjid. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, the Congress party, which has said that Congress means Muslim and Muslim means Congress, now insults Hindu gods and deities from an open forum. And at 9 o'clock tonight, why this talk of jihad inside and now outside Parliament is something we should all be concerned about. Why is everyone talking about jihad? Congress party does not know history. Rahul Gandhi does not know a single sentence of history, which is why he and his party are very angry that Rajnath Singh has said that Nehru, that is Rahul Gandhi's great-grandfather, wanted to use taxpayer money to rebuild the Babri Masjid. They are saying this is not right, it should not be spoken about like this. But the fact is, ladies and gentlemen, what did Rajnath Singh say? Rajnath Singh spoke at the Sardar Sabha in Vadodara, and he made a simple and factual distinction. Patel's secularism versus Nehru's Muslim appeasement. At the center of this controversy is one single question. What Rajnath Singh said. This is not a reinterpretation. This is not revisionism. This is a question. Did Nehru want public funds for Babri? Did Patel oppose him? Rajnath Singh said Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was truly secular. When Jawaharlal Nehru spoke about spending government funds on the Babri Masjid, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel opposed it. Please hear what Rajnath Singh said. I'll play the clip. Okay, that clip is apparently not there with us, but we'll go back to it. In any case, what happened was that the Congress party went into immediate meltdown. Now, we need to talk about whether Rajnath Singh spoke the truth or not. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not WhatsApp history. This is the Maniben Patel diary. Maniben Patel, daughter of India's first Deputy Prime Minister Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, covering the period from June 8, 1936 to his death on December 15, 1950. Every word that Rajnath Singh has referred to has been published, documented and archived. Here it is, page 24, verbatim entry, dated 20th September 1950. Nehru also raised the question of Babri Masjid, but Sardar made it clear that government could not spend any money for building a mosque. He told Nehru that the question of the reconstruction of the Somnath temple was quite different, as a trust had been created for the purpose and about 30 lakh collected. Patel told Nehru that it was a trust of which Jam Saheb was the chairman and Munshi a member, and no government money was going to be used for this purpose. This silenced Nehru. Nehru was against the reconstruction of the Somnath temple, and Nehru wanted government money to be used, ladies and gentlemen, for the Babri Masjid construction. This is the kind of Muslim appeasement. For some strange reason, the Congress party has been anti-Hindu all along. It's an anti-Hindu party, a Muslim-only party, and the Congress party pretends that Nehru was neutral on Ayodhya. He was not. On December 22nd, 1949, some people entered the Babri Mosque compound in Ayodhya and placed idols of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita under its central dome. On 26 December 1949, Nehru wrote an urgent letter to the then UP Chief Minister Govind Ballabh Pant saying, and this is a dangerous example, there will be very bad consequences. On February 1950, he wrote to the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, keep me informed about the Ayodhya situation. There will be repercussions across India, especially Kashmir. Then he said, he writes to KG Mashruwala saying, I am convinced that if we on our side behaved properly, meaning Hindus according to Nehru were badly behaved, Muslims were well behaved, according to Nehru, Hindus were badly behaved. On July 1950, he wrote to Shastri, trouble may spread to Mathura. Nehru's lens was clear. Ayodhya equals liability, embarrassment, and an international problem. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reality. So when Rajnath Singh says that Sardar Patel blocked Nehru's desire to use government funds for Babri, he is quoting a documented reality. The Congress party calls it a lie without providing a single counter document. Nehru's own letters show he is uncomfortable with Hindu sentiment. We are not rewriting history today. We are showing the mirror to this Congress party. A party which was founded by foreigners. A party which is anti-Hindu. A party which believes only and only in Muslim and only Muslim and only Muslim appeasement. Let's debate.
A sharp political charge. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh alleging that Jawaharlal Nehru wanted the Babri structure built using public funds.
वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
A claim that cuts right through the Congress's decades-long narrative on secularism. And this is what the Congress had to offer in response.
ये सब डिस्ट्रैक्शन है, असली मुद्दे हैं, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं जिन पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, जिन पे बात होनी चाहिए, और ये सब रोज ये कुछ ना कुछ डिस्ट्रैक्शन उठा लेते हैं ताकि हम फिर बयान दें, वो बयान दें, और जो असली मुद्दे हैं पब्लिक के वो उस पे कोई चर्चा ना हो.
A denial so thin that it collapsed under the weight of one diary entry and one letter. The BJP's counter-offensive was quick. Sudhanshu Trivedi, citing diaries, letters and published collections of Maniben Patel, daughter of Sardar Patel, to back Rajnath Singh's remarks.
जो राजनाथ सिंह जी ने उल्लेख किया कि नेहरू जी ने बाबरी मस्जिद का विषय उठाया था, जिसका स्पष्टीकरण भी दिया गया कि वो मनीबेन पटेल जी की पुस्तक में पेज नंबर 24 पे है। कांग्रेस उस समय भी भारत की इस मूल आत्मा के विरुद्ध खड़ी थी कि कांग्रेस के अंदर उस समय जो भाव था उसने आज बहुत विकराल रूप में कांग्रेस के वास्तविक चरित्र पे कब्जा कर लिया है, जो भारत के वास्तविक चरित्र से कंट्रास्ट में है, एकदम धुर विरोध में।
But while the Congress rejected the claim, another political front opened, this time in West Bengal. Just a day ago, a Trinamool Congress MLA issued an open dare to the administration, wanting to rebuild a Babri in Bengal.
बाबरी मस्जिद का शिलान्यास होगी 6 दिसंबर। स्टेट का मेरा नेता सब लोग को संहति दिवस भी उद्यापन होगी। मैं यहाँ का बेलडंगा में एक बाबरी मस्जिद 3 साल के लिए काम चलेगी, इसीलिए उनका भित्ति स्थापन होगी।
With Nehru's own records in question, Congress's rebuttal sounding thin, and the opposition leaders openly announcing Babri Foundation plans, the political battlefield has shifted again. And is Congress running from its own history?
The mistake the Congress party did was that it denied that Nehru wanted to take taxpayer money and use it for the construction of the Babri Masjid. Now history is something which is has many footnotes, many chapters, and it is also in a written format. That's why I've got Hindol Sengupta, who's a historian tonight, along with Sanju Verma, and of course Ratnakar Tripathi of the Congress and Tariq Ahmed Lari of the Samajwadi Party. I have the facts with me. Hindol, question to you. Did Nehru want to use government money to build the Babri Masjid?
I want to point out the fact that Maniben Patel's diary has been used over the years, over the decades, as a valid source for research on Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and other issues related to that time. So any quotation that is provided from Maniben Patel's diary is a valid research document. This is a document that many researchers in India and around the world have used. Maniben Patel's diary was also used by, remember, the secretary at that time, V. Shankar, to mention his own reminiscences of that time. Maniben Patel's diary has also been used to talk about Sardar Patel's engagements with the various princely states. So any reference made to Maniben Patel's diary and what she said about Pandit Nehru's engagement with Sardar Patel must be taken at face value and must be considered valid. I also want to make the other point that you were also alluding to, Arnab, which is that there was indeed a debate between Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and Pandit Nehru about the construction of the Somnath temple and other issues. And Pandit Nehru was indeed against the construction of the Somnath temple. Patel, in fact, left the task when he died to K.M. Munshi. It is also true that there are lots of archival references to Pandit Nehru being deeply uncomfortable about what was happening in Ayodhya. In fact, please remember that a lot of allegations were put finally on K.K. Nair, who was the local authority in charge, and he actually refused, in a sense, to do Delhi's bidding at that time, and in a sense let the idols remain in Ayodhya. But he faced a lot of chastisement from the central government of that time for this. So we have to put all of these things in context. And if we put all of these things in context, I do feel that Maniben Patel's diary and the words it contains should be taken at face value.
Yes, but it also means that a matter which was in the legal domain, Nehru wanted to intervene. And it has been in some form of contention for over 150 years. Nehru had decided, Ratnakar Tripathi, to support the Muslim side. Now this explains a lot, because this explains that the Congress party has been anti-Hindu and pro-Muslim on this issue, supporting the Muslim side's claim. I wonder why. Why did he do so? After all, the matter, he should have been equidistant from it. He was Prime Minister, but he took a decision to support the Muslim claim and in fact wanted to spend money to build the Babri Masjid.
So, are you done for this time? Shall I speak now?
Speak.
Yeah. So, if Nehru was pro-Muslim, anti-Hindu, with the same yardstick, Patel too was anti-Hindu, because he was his home minister till 15th December 1950. And I'm surprised. The historian said hundreds of words just to justify Maniben Patel's diary. I don't believe the daughters have privy to the official secrets and the discussions. Even then, you just said that Nehru raised the question of Babri Mosque, and then Sardarji clarified. So the thing was that Nehru said that if we provide funds for the reconstruction of Somnath temple, other party may raise the same about the Babri Mosque. Then Patel Sahib clarified, no, because it is being done by the trust and the fund is collected, it is a private thing. So don't distort the fact. Patel was you said Congress party was founded by a foreigner. And Sardar Patel was the president of this same party in 1931. And the university, Kashi Hindu Vishwavidyalaya, Banaras Hindu University, from where I studied, was really founded by a foreigner, Annie Besant. Central Hindu College. The Central Hindu College was converted in Kashi Hindu Vishwavidyalaya. It was the basis of that and the base of that. And CHC is still there. So don't hit it. And what will you say? Subhash Chandra Bose ji took help of the foreigners, Japanese, who were sympathetic to Hindus, and the Hindustan and the Bharat. So what will you say about that?
I think Ratnakar Tripathi, the fact is that, and I'd like to bring in, because it's a very serious issue. 1 minute, please, 1 minute. On December 22nd, 1949, some people entered the Babri Mosque compound in Ayodhya and placed idols of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita underneath its central dome. Nehru got worried. Nehru thought his international image will be affected. Right? He was also upset with the Ayodhya district magistrate K.K. Nair, who refused to remove the idols. The district magistrate said, I don't care if it is the Prime Minister of India asking me, but I will not remove the idols. At that point of time, Nehru wrote to Govind Ballabh Pant saying, I hope you will interest yourself in the matter. This issue will have consequences on all India affairs and especially on Kashmir. And then went on to say, I'm quite convinced that if we on our side behave properly, it would be far easier to deal with Pakistan. Which means if Hindus behave properly. For Nehru, Hindus were misbehaving. This truth has to come out now, which means that Nehru wanted to put the blame of the Babri Masjid situation, right, and whatever happened post-independence on the Hindu community, which means he's an anti-Hindu man. You want me to say it again? Nehru was as anti-Hindu as Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, patently anti-Hindu.
As Ram Manohar Lohia and as
don't even take their names in the same breath, Sanju.
As Madan Mohan Malvi ji.
No, I listened to him. I will not debate like this.
Who was the
because when he was talking,
don't be angry.
I was absolutely quiet.
No, I'm not getting
I'm not angry. I just said that I was absolutely quiet. What do you mean, don't get angry? Am I not allowed to speak? I listened to him very patiently. Now, I don't want anyone heckling me. It's as simple as that. Arnab, you have very nicely elucidated. Nehru wrote a letter to Govind Ballabh Pant in 1949, showcasing his anguish and his angst at the fact that the Ram Lalla Murti was there outside the tent near the Babri Masjid premises. And he said, remove this or I will remove you as the chief minister. Finally, K.K. Nair, who was the district magistrate of Faizabad, which was the name for Ayodhya in those days, he lost his job. We don't know whether he resigned or he was asked to leave. That's not the point. There's also a letter by Nehru to Dr. Rajendra Prasad in 1951, where he says, I would urge you not to go for the inauguration of the Somnath temple because it reeks of Hindu revivalism. And he also asked C. Rajagopalachari, who took over as the Home Minister after Sardar Patel's demise. He asked C. Rajagopalachari to speak to Dr. Rajendra Prasad and ensure that Dr. Rajendra Prasad did not attend the Somnath temple inauguration. It's a different matter that Rajendra Prasad still chose to attend the Somnath temple inauguration. And the other very interesting thing that I want to mention here is that Prime Minister Modi recently called the Congress party as Muslim Maowadi Congress because the Congress party has never respected Sardar Patel's legacy. Rajnath Singh was right in saying that Sardar Patel died in 1950. After 41 years of his death in 1991, Patel was given a Bharat Ratna posthumously. Whereas Nehru awarded himself a Bharat Ratna in 1955, Indira Gandhi awarded herself one in 1971, and within a few months of his death, Rajiv Gandhi was also given a Bharat Ratna. It took more than 4 decades for Sardar Patel to get India's highest civilian honor, the Bharat Ratna. Well, the other interesting thing that I want to bring to your audience is that in October 2018, at Kevadia in Gujarat, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the 182 meters, almost 600 feet long tall statue of Patel, what did the entire Darbari ecosystem say? Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, Kapil Sibal, so on and so forth. What was the use of spending 3,800 crores on a statue of Sardar Patel? We'll never be able to recover, this money. We should have spent this money on hospitals, on, schools, colleges. And guess what? Today, every single year, more than 2.5 crore people go to Kevadia and pay obeisance at the statue of Sardar Patel, which is one of the tallest remnants of his legacy. And I also want to say that this is the same Congress party which knocked on the doors of Supreme Court, Arnab saying, Prabhu Ram to hai nahi. Prabhu Ram to asitva hi nahi.
Again, we go to the moot point here, Sanju. We go to the moot point here. Because what is coming across, and that's why I wanted to begin the show with this evening on a Wednesday evening, middle of the week. You may be thinking why I'm not discussing other issues. This is so important because what we are beginning to realize, Hindol, I want to bring you back. And by the way, Hindol is an excellent historian from, if I'm not mistaken, he's done his master's in history from the University of Oxford and even has a PhD from Geneva.
जगह से पढ़े हैं क्या पढ़े होंगे फिर जब विदेशी ने पार्टी बनाई पार्टी बिगड़ गई ये विदेशी जगह वो भी ऑक्सफोर्ड कहाँ है सर
मुझे आपके टिप्पणियों पे कोई कमेंट नहीं करना है
नहीं आप कर भी नहीं सकते
What I'm saying is that the historical facts are that when Sardar Patel wanted to construct Somnath, Nehru was against it. He said Hindus will get revived. There'll be Hindu revivalism. But same Nehru, who was blocking the reconstruction of Somnath temple, wanted to spend money, Hindol, on constructing the Babri Masjid, which means the man was patently anti-Hindu and pro-Muslim. There's no problem being pro-Muslim, but being anti-Hindu at the same time is completely unacceptable. Hindol, can you put these two in perspective? Because you see, these people, as a Ratnakar jaise log, they will say that you're twisting the facts. I'm only presenting the reality. It is a slap in the face for people like Ratnakar Tripathi when they hear the truth from me.
I told you what happened there.
You don't know anything of what happened.
The other party might raise the question of Babri Masjid.
Okay, let's get Hindol in and then Tariq has to speak. Tariq ji and Hindol are on the debate.
Patel ji clarified.
Well, it also...
There was no need...
I'm bringing Hindol in on the historical facts. Thank you, please. Hindol and Tariq. Tariq, you must accept the facts or present counterfacts. Hindol.
Arnab, it's important also to note that there are reports suggesting that Rajendra Prasad ji, when he defied Pandit Nehru and went to actually inaugurate the Somnath temple, which, by the way, had been built entirely without using government funds, at that time, All India Radio, in a sense, even blacked out Rajendra Prasad ji's speech that he made. There are records suggesting this. So, there was this entire Somnath, and if you read K.M. Munshi writes with great anguish that when he received this letter from Pandit Nehru saying, why are you doing all these things? This is all Hindu revivalism. This will only create trouble. K. Munshi wrote a long letter back to Pandit Nehru saying that this is a civilizational project. The revival of Somnath means something to millions and millions of people, and that you do not wish to see it happen really grieves me and saddens me. In fact, he's also said that I have to complete this task nonetheless because Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel gave me this task before he died, and I have to fulfill my commitment. The Somnath must be restored. Please remember when Patel went to Junagadh after the plebiscite happened there, when Patel went to Junagadh and saw the complete disarray in which Somnath temple was lying, in a sense. It was broken, it was completely vandalized, it was in such great disrepair. He really felt as if his heart was breaking, and he writes that he made a commitment to himself and to the nation that the Somnath temple must be revived. It is very sad, and this is all recorded, the facts, no one can dispute this. It is very sad that Pandit Nehru really opposed the reconstruction of the Somnath temple.
So people watching this will realize what kind of fraud secularism the Congress party has been claiming. Pandit Nehru said that he is against the Somnath temple, Tariq Lari, because it can raise a question mark over whether the government is secular. But paying money for Babri Masjid was not a question mark over the secularism. This is the problem of the Macaulay mindset which the Prime Minister is talking about. And in fact, the real secularism was of Rajendra Prasad. Rajendra Prasad said, when Nehru threw a fit saying, oh, Hindu revivalism, Rajendra Prasad told him, I will do the same with a mosque or a church if I were invited. This is the core of Indian secularism. Our state is neither irreligious nor anti-religious. Nehru wanted the Indian state to be anti-Hindu in nature, where Hindus are not expected to have temples, beliefs, faiths, or public rituals. And these facts are coming out today, ladies and gentlemen, only on Republic. The pseudo channels will not cover it. In fact, that's why Tariq Lari, the Congress governments always referred to the disputed structure as a mosque. They didn't call it a disputed structure. You understand, Tariq Lari?
दीजिएगा कुछ थोड़ा सा बीच में टोकेगा नहीं कोई। पहली बात तो पिछली बार में मैंने कहा था कि देश सेकुलर है, लेकिन देश पे जो राज करता है वो उसका धर्म होता है, वो अपने धर्म को फॉलो करता है। ये आपको भी याद है, मुझे भी याद है, पिछली बार डिबेट में ये बात हुई। तो दूसरी बात ये है, आपकी इतनी सारी बातों से मुझे अटल जी की वो बात याद आ रही है कि अटल जी ने मेरे फादर से कहा था, बल्कि मुझसे भी कहा था कि आप अपने दादा से पूछिएगा कि बीजेपी से बड़ी कम्युनल पार्टी कांग्रेस थी। तो आज आप साबित कर रहे हैं कि बीजेपी से बड़ी पार्टी कांग्रेस। एक मिनट मैम प्लीज, मैंने कहा था बीच में नहीं, आप बोल रहे थे संजू जी, मैं नहीं बोला, मैं बीच में डिबेट
बीजेपी को कम्युनल पार्टी बोलेंगे और मैं चुप बैठी रहूंगी।
एक मिनट रुक जाइए भाई, आप बात ही।
What is your definition of secularism? You believe that there's only one God, Allah, who's omnipotent, who's omnipresent. You call Hindus as kafirs. Your alliance partner leader, Imran Masood, says jihad is the holy fight. And he says every Muslim is a jihadi. But when I call people jihadi on national television...
Okay, Sanju, still let him finish, please, because I brought him in 25 minutes into the debate. You must please allow him. Please, Tariq Lari, please conclude.
तो ये बात अटल जी ने कही, हम समझे नहीं, लेकिन आज आप जो बता रहे हैं वो सुन के बहुत ताज्जुब हो रहा है अटल जी की बात पे कि अटल जी ने जो कहा था बिल्कुल सही कहा था। दूसरी बात ये है कि जो आप जिनके रिलेटिव्स की बात आप कर रहे हैं, जिनके आप हिस्ट्री निकाल रहे हैं पटेल जी की, साहबजादी की, तो वो कौन से ऑथेंटिक हैं ये मुझे बता दीजिए। सिर्फ उनका एक है कि वो पटेल जी की लड़की थी और कुछ नहीं था। जैसे नेहरू जी की लड़की इंदिरा गांधी जी थी, इससे तो उनकी कोई हैसियत नहीं। इंदिरा गांधी
आप भी बहुत क्लेम करते हैं। आई थिंक दिस इज वेरी रॉन्ग।
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, मैं जो कह रहा हूँ पहले सुन तो कंप्लीट बोल रहे दीजिए सर। जो आप कहते हैं इंदिरा गांधी को
I'll tell you, Tariq Lari, the fact that Nehru was against the construction of the Somnath temple is recorded in many texts, not one. नेहरू जो सोमनाथ मंदिर के खिलाफ थे, वो कई लोगों ने कहा है, सिर्फ मणिबेन पटेल ने नहीं।
स्ट्रक्चर तो मौजूद था, वो मॉस्क ऑलरेडी मौजूद थी और वेल बिल्ट स्ट्रक्चर था, मजबूत स्ट्रक्चर था।
चलिए बताइए, do you support jihad?
9 दिसंबर तक
Are you
टूटा है।
ready to say Bharat Mata
Sanju.
national television? Are you ready to say Vande Mataram? You won't. Are you ready to say Bharat Mata ki jai? You won't. If I call you a jihadi, you will get, flabbergasted. You will start crying on national television that I am being abusive. But your own Muslim leaders are saying jihad is a holy fight. And let me say one thing to you. Do you condemn radical Islamist terror? Do you have the guts to condemn radical Islamist terror instead of giving bhashan to the BJP on secularism? मैं आज राहुल गांधी का एक ट्वीट पढ़ के आपको सुनाती हूँ. My warm greetings to everyone in Goa. Or not, this is what Rahul Gandhi says today on the feast of Saint Francis Xavier. And then he says blah blah blah. Francis Xavier is very inclusive and peaceful and so on. This is the same Rahul Gandhi. Does he wish people on Diwali? Does he wish people on Raksha Bandhan? Does he wish people on Ramnami? Does he wish people on Ganesh Puja? Does he wish people on Durga Puja? Rahul Gandhi has eulogized Saint Francis Xavier, saying we should learn from him. And by the way, you should read the comments to that tweet by many historians who say Francis Xavier was the one who said, I hate Hindu idols. They stink just like the Hindu people. And what I love most is when those Hindus who used to once worship these black idols start destroying them. I'm all for baptism. I only love those Hindus who agree to be baptized. These are the words of Saint Francis Xavier. And Rahul Gandhi today says, Saint Francis Xavier ko yaad karna chahiye because he was the epitome of inclusivity. But the same Rahul Gandhi did not attend the Pran Pratishtha celebrations last year at the Ram Janmabhoomi temple. He did not attend the Dhwajarohan ceremony at the Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir on the 25th of November last week, despite being given an invitation. Can you tell me, why has Rahul Gandhi not visited the Ram Janmabhoomi Mandir till now? Why has Sonia Gandhi not visited the Ram Janmabhoomi
Because they lose the Muslim vote.
Why has Priyanka Vadra not visited?
Because they will lose the Muslim vote. Because they are a Muslim party.
Nothing like that.
What about Taliban?
Nothing like that.
Because they are like a Muslim party. They are a Muslim party.
No, it's not a Muslim party. It's a Muslim party. Congress is the most
Ladies and gentlemen, we live in very troubling times. We have to go back to our civilizational roots to make our country great. Nehru wanted to undermine Hindus. But can Hindus be undermined? Absolutely not. One of the world's largest and most ancient religions, civilizations, a way of life can never be undermined. But the Congress party will not stop. Today, most unfortunately, top Congress leader who said that Congress means Muslim and Muslims mean Congress has abused and insulted Hinduism, saying how many deities are there among Hindus. He says there are deities for people who drink, for people who demand chicken, for people who eat dal rice, for people who are unmarried, and those who are married twice. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not an ordinary Congress leader, it is Rahul Gandhi's right-hand man, Revanth Reddy, who is also a chief minister. If the Congress party has decided that it is going to be a Muslim party and a party which represents only Muslim interests, that does not allow it to deride and insult Hindus and Hinduism in the process of appeasing Muslims and the Muslim vote bank. Let's debate.
చేసుకున్నానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, రెండు పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళ కో దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ పోషమ్మ మైసమ్మ కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు.
That was Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy unabashedly targeting the Hindu sentiment. A Chief Minister of a state ruled by the Congress party, the largest opposition party in India. If insulting Hindu gods was not enough, watch how he justifies his comment for an entire minute.
హిందువులలో ఎన్ని దేవతలు ఉండ్రు, ఎంతమంది దేవుళ్ళు? 3 కోట్లు ఉండ్రా? ఎందుకున్నాయి? పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి హనుమంతుడు ఉన్నాడు, రెండు పెళ్లిళ్ళు చేసుకునేటోనికి ఇంకొక ఆయన దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, మందు తాగేటోళ్ళ కో దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు, ఎల్లమ్మ పోషమ్మ మైసమ్మ కళ్ళు కొయ్యాలి కోడి కొయ్యాలి అనేటోళ్ళకు, పప్పన్నం తినేటోళ్ళకు కూడా దేవుడు ఉండు. అవునా? అన్ని రకాల దేవుళ్ళు ఉన్నారు.
The controversy snowballed right after as the streets of Hyderabad witnessed protest against Revanth Reddy. The BJP was quick to pick up the issue and call out Congress's habitual tactic of endorsing anti-Hindu discourse.
जिस प्रकार से हिंदू देवी देवताओं के बारे में अपमानजनक, अवांछनीय कमेंट किए हैं, उसे किसी भी कीमत पर बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जा सकता।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी एक मुहिम चला रखा है हिंदुओं के खिलाफ। ना वो भारत के संविधान में भरोसा रखता हो, ना वो भारत की संस्कृति से वास्ता रखता हो।
कांग्रेस के एटीएम रेवंत रेड्डी जी ने कहा है आज हिंदू देवी देवताओं के लिए ये न केवल आपत्तिजनक है, ये घृणक है।
An open attack against Hindus by a sitting chief minister and a party high command radio silent. It's a new low for the party that preaches action against hate speech.
I will again begin with a very basic question. I think I have been asking for this. Dushyant Sridhar, well-known Hindu scholar, welcome. YG Madhuvanti, welcome. Pularao, I have been asking Sonia Gandhi to publicly declare her religion. Is she a Catholic Christian or a Christian from any other Christian church or sect or group, or is she Hindu? Secondly, is Rahul Gandhi Hindu, a Janeodhari Hindu as has been claimed? Is he a practicing Hindu or is he a Christian? We are not sure because his mother, has not publicly declared whether she is Hindu. Now, not that it makes a difference. If you abuse Hindus, it doesn't matter. I will not ascribe it to any motive but your lack of knowledge and your ignorance if you are going to insult Hindus. But if you're going to insult Hindus' gods, if you're going to insult Hindu faith, if you're going to abuse Hindus, if you're going to mock Hindus, if this was said about any other religion, Abdul Razak would say, Sartan se juda. You speak 1/10 of all of this, 1/10 about Muslims or Islam. Madhuvanti, what would happen?
Sartan se juda.
Sartan se juda. But for Hindus, you have to be secular.
Sir, please understand the intent.
Should I start commenting on your religion?
Please understand the intent.
Should any of us comment on your religion, your religious faith, and mock you and deride you and caricature your religion? What will be your response?
Arnab ji, Hinduism,
no, you are caricaturing. You are caricaturing.
Hinduism is very
you
vast
cannot
and
comment
pluralistic.
on Vedic civilization because you don't know. My question is, why are you caricaturing Hinduism? Because you want to appease Muslims. I would also tell Muslims, not only Hindus must reject Congress,
Arnab
even
ji,
Muslims should reject Congress.
I will show you the way Ganesha is celebrated here, Ganesh Chaturthi. Arnab ji, you should please come to South India and see how Ganesh Chaturthi is celebrated here and the kind of different Ganeshas we have. Please understand the intent behind what he has said.
What do you know about Ganesh Chaturthi?
Explain that he's telling it in a lighter vein.
What do you know about Ganesh Chaturthi?
I do visit Ganesha Pandal.
No, I do visit. I mean,
I have a lot of Hindu friends. I'm an Indian.
You have Hindu friends. Religion is not a party.
I am an Indian. I have
Religion
a lot of
is
Hindu
not a party that you attend.
We together
Don't
celebrate.
stop this fakery on me. Dushyant Sridhar.
He is just given an example.
Example of what? Example of what? Tell Dushyant Sridhar. I'd like to have him respond. Dushyant, just listen to his argument. Yeah. What example of what?
Example of pluralism. Example of pluralism, diversity. Even in a single religion, in a single community, there is vast difference. But everything joins together as one Hindutva. That's what he has meant. He himself has said in Telugu, I understand Telugu. He has said he is saying this in a lighter vein.
How many kinds of nikah halala are allowed?
Example.
How many types of nikah halala are allowed? Between a 75-year-old and a 10-year-old? Between an 80-year-old raping a 9-year-old, between an 85-year-old sexually abusing and assaulting a 10-year-old, how many forms of nikah halala are allowed?
Arnab ji,
how many forms of nikah halala?
Let us not
Rape
get
of
into
young girls is
comparison.
allowed
He
in the
is
name of
also
nikah
a
halala.
practicing Hindu.
Yeah.
He comes from ABVP. Arnab ji, now he might have joined Congress, but earlier he was in ABVP. He has a RSS background. Even he is a Hindu. He did not intend to insult Hindutva, Hinduism. It is not provocation, neither insult. It was just an example. He has himself convinced people sitting out there. Everybody listening was a Hindu. He was not addressing a Muslim conference there. It was a party meeting. All Hindus are sitting. He's just saying that in a example way. He is not trying to, insult the Hindu deities.
Is he Hindu?
It was not an insult.
Is
Only
Revanth Reddy
BJP
Hindu?
feels that as an
What
insult.
is Revanth Reddy's religion?
Very devout Hindu.
Sir, he comes from ABVP. He has a RSS background, Akhil Bharatiya Vidya Parishad background. He comes from that background. He is a practicing Hindu, 100% Hindu. Now BJP behaves like custodians of Hindutva. They have not done anything for Hindus, that is different. But they want this to keep boiling. Congress equals to Muslims. They are insulting Hindu gods. Only for politics. This is not the way. Modi ji inaugurates temples. And Shankaracharyas are sitting and watching there as chief guests. Is this not questionable? Why is BJP feeling it, Arnab ji?
Arnab, can I respond?
I'll bring in Dushyant Sridhar in right now. Yes, Dushyant.
Namaskaram, Arnab. Namaskaram to my fellow panelists. At the outset, the state of Telangana gave birth to one of the greatest saints called Bhadrachala Ramadas 400 years before. And he was extremely devoted to Rama and to Hanuman. It is such a shame that a person who has been elected, a person who has taken the oath, is now reducing Hanuman to a deity for unmarried people. Probably was he advised by one of his party leaders who is still unmarried that he worships Hanuman? Point number one. There is a way of putting in pluralism. I'm sure the person in the panel may have not read the scriptures and is just rambling about. There is a way of putting pluralism in Hinduism. It is not to say that a person has two wives, he is one god. A person is the other person who's unmarried worships. This is in the courteous and the sophisticated way of putting things. And nobody here on the panel has the right to say that he is a devout Hindu. Whether the person is from ABVP, BJP, Congress or any party, it doesn't matter. A person who's non-political like me, a citizen of India, feels offended with such statements. These are not the statements that need to come from a chief minister, from a sitting chief minister.
Why should you be offended?
Why
should you be offended?
Well,
have you toured the entire country? Have you gone to the entire country?
You don't
have you signed different sacrifices?
You have no jurisdiction.
Different sacrifices.
I am a practicing Hindu. I feel offended. How dare you say that I should not get offended?
Prohibits. Sir, one temple allows sacrifice.
Statements that are ditched and drunken,
sacrifice.
No, they are saying that what Congress Party is saying tonight.
Absolutely
one minute, what Congress Party is saying tonight, that Hindus have a god for people who drink alcohol. He's saying Hindus have a god for drunkards. Pulara, watch your words carefully when I ask you. 1 minute. The Congress Party is saying this. Please explain this and elaborate on it.
Okay,
secondly, how is it that Hindus are always expected that you will be politically correct when it comes to Muslims or to Islam?
First and foremost,
you will even allow Muslims to intellectualize the concept of jihad. But about Muslims, if you say anything about their faith, however unreasonable parts of it may be, and there are unreasonable parts of Islam. If you question them about nikah halala, how does nikah halala allow a 80-year-old man to sexually assault a 12-year-old girl? They will say, sartan se juda. But they can, no, Pulla, there is a limit. Okay? You insult our gods. You insult our gods. You insult Sengol.
I read every word of what
you question the ideals of Hinduism.
I read
you meet Father George Punaiya, who told Rahul that Jesus Christ is a real God, not like Shakti and all. Your great-grandfather Nehru wanted to use taxpayer money to build the Babri Masjid.
Yeah, but his father
Your
opened
great-grandfather
the Ram
Nehru was against the construction of the Somnath temple.
Rajiv Gandhi opened the Ram temple.
Your grandmother Indira Gandhi ordered brutal action against those protesting against cow slaughter. 250 sadhus were killed. Your mother Sonia Gandhi remains quiet when sadhus are killed in Palghar.
I can only
Your mother Sonia Gandhi says in any communal riot, Hindus are the ones who are to be punished.
Babri Masjid.
You yourself
There are
support
Muslim
saffron
financed
terrorism, the
Banaras
idea of
Hindu
saffron
University.
terrorism.
It was Nizam of Hyderabad.
You have insulted the religion of 100 crore Indians. Now let's see what happens. Simple. Madhuvanti, they've done it.
You're not giving me a chance to speak.
What is there
One
to
word.
speak? I would like to see if even one out of the 100 billion Hindus votes for the Congress party.
Hinduism is a polytheistic religion. Revanth Reddy said nothing wrong. Please don't make words for him. He elaborated that we are a tolerant religion. We are an
No, that's not what he
accommodating
said, sir.
religion.
I'm sorry.
He said, let me finish. I will not disturb you. Can I speak for 15 seconds? What he said, otherwise you go ahead. I'll listen to you. But you see, he never said anything out of context. He said, be like that. Be like the Hindus. Accommodate other views. Don't fight. Don't have one point of view. He said everything like that. He said
So
it's an accommodating religion.
why should
We have
Hindus be
different gods for
expected to
different
be
things.
liberal
We
enough
have
to see
different
this
gods. We have
perverse
different
interpretation of their religion? All perverse comments will be made about Hindus. But if you make a comment about Muslims, then what happens?
If you make a comment about
There'll be
Muslims,
riots.
that's a different subject. What Revanth Reddy said, it's nothing false. He's a good Hindu. He said we are accommodating, we are tolerant.
Madhuvanti, no,
we
it's
do
not.
everything
You
for
are
others.
mocking.
That's what he said.
Can I please come in at least now?
Madhuvanti is on the debate. Madhuvanti.
Basically, they are trying to cover up what Revanth Reddy did. And they are trying to change the entire narrative, Arnabji. He has taken oath under the Constitution of India. His leader, Rahul Gandhi, carries the Constitution book like an artifact outside the parliament. What does the Constitution say? Rahul Gandhi's grandmother added the word secular into the Constitution. If you are a CM, you've taken oath under the Constitution of India, what right do you have to mock any religion? Be it Hinduism, be it Islam, be it Christianity. And I also understand Telugu, sir. వాడు చెప్పేది అలా కాదు. ఎంతమంది హిందూ గాడ్స్ ఉన్నారంట. That's not the way you say that Hinduism is a pluralistic religion. We also know Telugu, sir. And the way he said it was mockery. We are angry. At this moment, as I speak, we are having to fight to light a lamp in the Tiruparamkundram hill after the High Court has given an order saying we can light it at the Deepam.
I won't jump.
At the Deepam pillar. But we are being fought. We are being fought by the police, by the government in Tamil Nadu, where DMK is the ally of the Congress. This is the narrative. You want minority votes? Please go get the minority votes, but not at the cost of hurting the sentiment of 100 crore majority Hindus. And if you're going to do this, we Hindus are not going to keep quiet, sir. The narrative is wrong. You are setting a wrong narrative. You can say no. All you like, all through this debate, I don't care. But you are setting a wrong narrative, sir. Revanth Reddy meant to mock the Hindus. And if he does not understand the significance of Hanuman, I feel sorry for him. I truly feel sorry for him.
I was totally surprised. I was surprised at how cogent he was, how clear he was, how good, how well he said it. It's an accommodating religion. It's a great religion. Why are you ashamed of what he said?
Where did he say that, sir?
He said that. He said that.
So the thing is, Pulla, there is a difference. When you use the word accommodative, let me take up on the word accommodative, because that word is often used as some kind of bait for Hindus.
Exactly.
Hindus, when they were made to pay jizya, right, by Aurangzeb and all these Tughlaqi leaders, they were told, you are so accommodative, you are paying jizya. Right? When temples were destroyed to build mosques by Qutbuddin Aibak, Hindus were told, you are so accommodative, you are the elder brother, you are even sacrificing your temples. When Aurangzeb demolished the Kashi Vishwanath temple, you listen carefully. What's your name? Are you listening to me or not? Razak. When Aurangzeb demolished Kashi Vishwanath temple in Varanasi, when destroyed Somnath temple in Mathura, then you said, oh, Hindus are very accommodative. They even allowed Somnath temple to be destroyed. When Muhammad bin Tughlaq destroyed several temples during campaigns, people like Razak, they love Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Alauddin Khilji destroyed temples in Gujarat. They said, Hindus are so accommodative, they're allowing all the temples in Gujarat to also be destroyed. And this is the word. I want to address the Hindu community now. Ladies and gentlemen, from Ghori to Khilji, from Ghori to Khilji to Rahul Gandhi to Owaisi, every time Hindus are told, if somebody slaps you on one cheek, show the other cheek and become a good Hindu. 1 minute.
Today has said.
1 minute. From Muhammad bin Kazim to Ghazni, to Ghazni, to Muhammad Ghori, to Alauddin Khilji, to Rahul Gandhi.
Masjid trial. We are not sitting here.
I am saying Hindus are not going to take it lying down. The difference is now we will question you.
Let us not dig deeper.
We will question you. We will question you. You must understand what is written in the Bhagavad Gita. Hinduism always says ahimsa.
Sir, it is not a Muslim
Hinduism always says ahimsa. But Hinduism also teaches struggle and to fight.
Practicing.
To fight. We don't teach jihad to our children. Hindus don't teach jihad to their children. Hindus don't teach jihad. But don't expect Hindus to sit there and not question this abuse.
Jihad is a pure word. It's a religious obligation.
Okay, you do jihad.
Jihad is not atank.
We don't teach jihad.
I have to say this time, you got it slightly wrong.
No, nobody's got it wrong. Do you agree in the concept of kafir, Pullarao? Do you agree with the concept of kafir?
No, not at all.
No, not at all. Then you got it totally wrong. I want you to tell Abdul Razak that he is not for the concept of kafir.
We should understand in what.
There's nothing to understand. Ask him, does he consider Dushyant Sridhar a kafir?
Kafir is not for the kafir of today.
Ask him whether he considered Dushyant Sridhar a kafir.
The concept of kafir is not for the kafirs of today.
Oh, kafirs of the past.
The concept of kafirs is not for the kafirs of today.
Then drop the use of the word, na?
We should understand.
Then from your masjids and your madrasas, why do you speak about kafir and jihad? From your masjids and madrasas, why do you talk about kafir and jihad? Tell them to ban the word kafir and jihad from all madrasas and masjids.
Sir, we are not speaking about kafir.
Tell them to ban the use of the word kafir, na?
Jihad means striving.
Jihad.
Striving.
Anyway.
Jihad means striving.
Dushyant Sridhar, ladies and gentlemen, we have a hot debate.
Kafir means non-believer. They are accommodative as well.
Yeah, Dushyant.
Arnab, I heard Shri Pullarao ji speak. He says that Hinduism is a polytheistic, very inclusive, very pluralistic religion. This was what the Honorable CM was saying. If he believed that Hinduism, for an example, has to be given for a pluralistic religion, and that is Hinduism, then he is otherwise not getting the examples of other religion. So he means to say that the other Western religions are not pluralistic. One. Second thing, he says it's a pluralistic religion. So he was saying that the society has to behave that way. So is he telling the Muslims to behave like Hindus, being very tolerant? So his advice was for the Muslims. So in system, he believes that Muslims are not tolerant. That is why he's giving an example of the Hindus. Will Pullarao agree to this?
You should be happy. You should be happy. He said,
you tell. You don't have to agree whether I have to be happy or not. I will choose when to be happy.
Our religion is great, he said.
Mr. Pullarao, do not go rambling and beating around the bush.
Our religion is great.
Dushyant.
It can tolerate you.
Islam is pluralistic and Islam is non-pluralistic. And the advice is given to the Muslims. Say it now. You don't have to ramble here. Please don't do that.
No, you don't have to twist the subject. He said the right thing.
It's not twisting. It is picking up sentences and
in the context of history.
Dushyant, down. What's happening, Aditi? Why are you putting Dushyant's audio down, Aditi?
Therefore, you see, you have to listen. He has said the right thing.
Oh, come on. We have listened for too many centuries and years. Just because of your age, you cannot just command others. Make a point, have the audacity to answer. Do not try to give Mr. Pullarao. Age doesn't give one person wisdom. It is only your sentences that I have used. So in premise, he believes that Hinduism is pluralistic. He believes that Hinduism is tolerant. Then he's giving it to the non-Hindus.
Hinduism is not so tolerant that we will not speak about who killed 650 Kashmiri Pandits. Hinduism is not so tolerant that we won't talk about who raped Kashmiri women. Hinduism is not so tolerant that we will not question why Aurangzeb demolished the Kashi Vishwanath temple. Don't give me that fake tolerant view about Hinduism. Hinduism is righteous, but tolerance is... I'm not going to tolerate Khilji and Gori and Aurangzeb and Muhammad bin Qasim and Mahmud of Ghazni. Don't teach me that tolerance. I'm not that kind of tolerant Hindu. We are not that kind of tolerant Hindu. We are representative of the real Hinduism. And India is not governed by Islamic theology and never will be. Ladies and gentlemen, on the other hand, tonight, we live in very difficult times. And in times like this, we must begin to ask ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, we must begin to ask ourselves. The camera can move and I can be on camera 4. Thank you, Aditi. Don't over-direct. Again, the camera can be camera 4. Thank you. At times like this, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to ask why someone in Parliament is talking of jihad. What's the need? When I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. 13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word. And in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, in Parliament now, people are openly speaking about jihad. Why jihad? India's vocabulary of justice is dharma, nyaya, ahimsa, satyagrah, tapasya. At no point in 4,000 years of our civilization, 5,000 years, did we define our national duty through the lens of jihad. Today, Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind Chief Maulana Madni says jihad is significant not just for Muslims, but for the whole nation. He says jihad is important for India. He says that. And they say that if you don't believe in jihad, that means you are rejecting Islam. I'm sorry. That's a wrong interpretation. Besides, is there no other word? Why jihad? India has hundreds of words for struggle and resistance, if that is the point you're trying to make, across Sikh, Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, Christian, tribal and constitutional traditions. Nyaya, justice, dharma, duty, sangharsh, struggle, andolan, movement, satyagraha, moral resistance, suraj, good governance. In a secular republic, no one owes allegiance only to the vocabulary of jihad, but now they are constantly talking about jihad. Jihad has been misused, and we all know this, by various groups that have been radicalized, terrorist groups, suicide bombings, religious terrorism, radicalization, global jihadi networks. This has been misused. So the question is simple. Why use the word jihad and try and justify jihad in parliament? And can these people who are pushing for the use of the word jihad guarantee that this call will not be misinterpreted? Everyone knows what the word evokes. After decades of terrorist attacks, jihad does not evoke moral struggle. Jihad evokes bombs, Fidain attacks. Jaish, Lashkar, ISIS, Al-Qaeda all use the word jihad. This is a call for radicalization and for religious mobilization. And when you say where there is injustice, there will be jihad, this translates to we have our own justice system, separate from the constitution. Our response to conflict is jihad. What all can be defended in the name of jihad is another question. Can you support Masood Azhar's jihad that killed Indian soldiers in Pathankot? In Pahalgam, where terrorists asked 26 civilians to read the kalma, and later it was justified by Asif Munir as a jihad, a holy jihad. Or what happened in Pathankot, where Jaish terrorists slit the throats of Indian soldiers while they were sleeping. Or Pulwama, where 40 CRPF Jawans were blown to pieces, their bodies charred beyond recognition. Or the Uri attack, or the shooting of Amarnath pilgrims. Terrorists have misused the word jihad. And those who are advocating it know that terrorists have misused it. We are not going to be a radicalized country. That's a decision we have to take now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching me tonight, the time has come for all right-thinking Indians to say we are not going to be a radicalized country. We are not going to allow any part of our country's soil or population to be radicalized to an extent where India's constitution, our democratic fabric, our civilizational vocabulary is compromised. India is constitutional. India is democratic. India is not a country in which you can make a philosophical treatise for jihad. In fact, any word that separates, divides should be avoided. Ladies and gentlemen, the only ism for this country should be nationalism. Jihad cannot be an ideology forced down our throat. Let's debate.
Jihad is sacred. It must be taught in schools. Wherever injustice occurs, there will be jihad. These were the words of Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind Chief Maulana Mahmood Madani, an open call to teach jihad in schools. But when Republic confronted Maulana Madani, he had nothing to say.
सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जो है जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए सर आपसे स्टेटमेंट सर आपकी जो भी राय है उसी की बात करना चाह रहे हैं सर आपकी जो राय है आप कह रहे हैं सर स्कूलों में एक सेकंड
These remarks are now made just days after his predecessor, Maulana Arshad Madani, said this.
क्या आज दुनिया का मुसलमान एक आदमी न्यूयॉर्क का मेयर बन सकता है ममदानी? हिंदुस्तान के अंदर किसी मुस्लिम यूनिवर्सिटी का कोई आदमी वाइस चांसलर नहीं बन सकता। आज देख लीजिए अल-फलाह का क्या हो रहा है। गवर्नमेंट मुल्क की आजादी के बाद इस पर लगी हुई है कि मुसलमान को सर नहीं उठाने देना है.
While open calls for mainstreaming of radicalization are expected from theologians, surprisingly, the Congress party jumped in the debate, extending its support to the hardline of the Maulanas. Congress MP Imran Masood backed the call, agreeing with Maulana Madani that jihad should be taught in schools. As if the call for jihad in school curriculum by a national party was not shocking enough, Samajwadi Party crossed all limits, with its MP on the floor of the Lok Sabha calling for jihad while voicing opposition to the Waqf Act implementation. Listen in.
जिनके पुरखों ने आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी थी मौलाना अरशद मदनी, वो कह रहे हैं कि जुल्म और नाइंसाफी के खिलाफ लड़ना शायद हमें दोबारा लड़ना पड़ेगा और जिहाद करना पड़ेगा. आखिर कब तक मुसलमानों को इस तरह से दबाया जाता रहेगा मुल्क में? मैडम, एक जुल्म की एक बर्दाश्त होती है और जब बर्दाश्त खत्म हो जाती है तो जुल्म.
धन्यवाद. The BJP has lashed out against both Maulana Madani and the Congress.
कांग्रेस के नेता इमरान मसूद आकर व्याख्या करने लगते हैं. मतलब आपको कौन सी ऐसी गरज पड़ी है कि एक बिल्कुल मजहबी विषय के ऊपर आकर आप उसका बचाव कर रहे हैं?
Not just that, the BJP also took a direct aim at Rahul.
फिर हम राहुल गांधी से पूछना चाहते हैं, ये आपके मुस्लिम लीगी एजेंडा का हिस्सा हो गया है क्या कि जितने घृणा फैलाने वाले सांप्रदायिक विद्वेष और कट्टरपंथी उन सब को आप कांग्रेस में लाकर उनसे इंटरप्रिटेशन और मिस इंटरप्रिटेशन करने का प्रयास करेंगे?
Less than a month since the Delhi blast, this raises serious questions. Which constituency these MPs are catering to? Is jihad the answer to white-collar terror? Is this an attempt to whitewash the radicalization threat?
The people who are talking about jihad want to have a debate on jihad. The hashtag is why jihad. Shalini Ali is on the debate. Ajay Alok of the BJP is on the debate. Tala Amar Rashidi of the Rashtriya Ulama Council is on the debate. Umair Junaidi, pro-Congress political analyst from Kalburgi, Karnataka, is on the debate. Zubair Memon, Muslim political analyst, is on the debate. And I never could think, and many people watching this program will now be pinching themselves, saying, is this actually happening in Bharat? Ki openly people are saying, hame jihad karna padega. We have to do jihad. There is a call for jihad. Viewers, if you are watching my program tonight and you are a believer in the Republic Media Network, let me tell you this. This is actually happening in our country. It's happening in Parliament. A few months back, people said, Jai Philistine in Parliament, in the Indian Parliament. Today they are saying, hame jihad karna padega. We have to do jihad. And it's an open, it's deliberate. It's a call to Muslims to radicalize and fight non-Muslims. Jihad, kafir, jihad, kafir, jihad, kafir. And I want to say one thing, that if you are saying that if you don't accept jihad, you hate Muslims, this is what Maulana Madani has said. If someone has a problem with Islam, let them say they reject Islam and Muslims, then they can call jihad whatever they want. This is a coercive framing. If you disagree with a concept, a religious concept, it is not the same as rejecting its followers. You can question jihad. This does not mean you're attacking Muslims. Critique jihad, debate jihad, but to use it as a political invocation or a historical concept is fully legitimate in a democracy. But a theological religious belief does not have to be imposed in our political and social life. You cannot accuse people of hating a community simply because they refuse to use one word of the religious vocabulary in political discourse. Ajay Alok is a Hindu. He can say that I do not agree with the concept of jihad, and you can't say then tasartan se juda. You can't do that. You can't do that. We are a secular constitutional country. Today, Shalini Ali can say that I do not agree with the concept of kafir. I do not agree with the concept of likah halala. I do not agree with the concept of triple talaq. Or I do not agree with the concept of jihad. You cannot attack her. It's a view, it's an interpretation, constitutional democracy. You see, India's ideology is not jihad. We are not an Islamic country. We cannot have the jihad concept imposed on us. We cannot have the concept of jihad, I want to bring in Shalini, imposed on us. कि आप जिहाद को अपोज करते हो तो आप एंटी मुस्लिम हो? नहीं, आप रियलिस्टिकली समझिए इस यूज को, वर्ड को बहुत मिसयूज किया गया है और जिम्मेदारी उनकी भी होनी चाहिए जो समझेंगे कि इस शब्द को बहुत लोगों ने मिसयूज किया है.
Arnab, not only the word jihad, there are such words that are very proactively used to cause an aggression. Those words should not be used because as it is, people like you and me are going amongst the masses and saying that there is an issue of interpretation. So if Maulana Madani holds a congregation and he shots such words, and along with that, he in the past 3 days has started giving the definition of jihad in a different way to what he had actually said it. Now, what do the Muslims of our country need jihad for? Do they need jihad for an equality in educational system? Well, they've got privileges. Do they need jihad for their constitutional rights? That has been given. Do they need jihad for the fundamental rights? That's also been given. Do they need jihad for any kind of government policies? Well, the government policies that are there in the government today, Muslims and the minorities are receiving more than 23% of policies, more than what a normal Hindu, non-Muslim or non-minority is receiving it. So what is this whole concept of jihad and why is this word jihad?
And one more thought with that. One more thought I want to bring in. Shalini and our very well-renowned Muslim scholar Mufti Manzoor Ziai is also with us this evening. I want to say one thing here tonight because it's a big debate. Shalini ji, एक मिनट. कोई कहे, कोई सबको लगता है, कोई हमारे देश में बहुत कम लोग होंगे, मेरी बात सुनी जाए, बहुत कम लोग होंगे जो कहेंगे हम हर चीज से हम खुश हैं. सबको लगता है कि किसी न किसी केस और इंसिडेंट उनके जीवन में होता है जब उन्हें लगता है मेरे साथ अन्याय हुआ. मुझे लगता है कि आज अजय लोग हिंदू हैं, मुफ्ती मंजूर जियाई जी मुसलमान हैं, सबको लगेगा कि हमारे साथ कोई ना कोई अन्याय हुआ है, मगर अन्याय की रिस्पॉन्स जिहाद नहीं होती. अन्याय और अगर आपको परसीव्ड इनजस्टिस है, इसको मैं इंटेलेक्चुअलाइज कर देता हूं डिबेट को क्योंकि आप लोग इसको इंटेलेक्चुअलाइज करना चाहते हैं. यू आर सेइंग दैट वी हैव आवर ओन फ्रेमवर्क फॉर जस्टिस. नो सर, नो सर, नो सर, नो, यू डू नॉट हैव.
Who's saying that?
You do not have 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. Allow me to bring in Mufti Ziai. This is going to be a beautiful debate. I'm saying tonight that you and I and Hindus and Muslims and Parsis and Sikhs and Buddhists and Christians and everybody has one framework for justice, which is Bharat ka Samvidhan, the Indian Constitution. If somebody feels that there has been injustice, he cannot say, I'll do jihad. If किसी को लगा कि मेरे को कॉलेज में एडमिशन नहीं मिली, वो जिहाद करेंगे. किसी को लगा कि उनके नेता एमएलए नहीं बनेंगे, वो जिहाद करेंगे. किसी को लगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला अयोध्या में मंदिर के लिए हुआ, तो आप जिहाद करेंगे या जिहाद करवाएंगे. ये जिहाद का कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत डेंजरस है. देखिए, लोगों को भड़काइए मत. In a democracy, I'm trying to explain to you, in a democracy, justice is delivered through courts, FIR, investigation, constitutional remedy, not jihad. Not jihad. Through the constitution, through the courts, through the legal framework. आप कह रहे नहीं हमारे लिए जिहाद है. No, 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 sir. No, sir. Through the constitution. I hope it is understood by all. अगर ये वर्ड मिसयूज करते हैं लोग, मिसयूज लश्कर तोयबा हो, बोको हराम हो, जैश मोहम्मद हो, अलकायदा, आईसिस, सब लोग मिसयूज करते हैं इस शब्द को। इसको इतना लूजली यूज मत कीजिए। मुफ्ती मोहम्मद Mansoor Ziai ji, I would like to bring you into the debate with Tala, Omar, Zubair and everyone else, please. Mufti Saab, what do you think? What do you think, Mufti Saab? आपको क्या लगता है?
नहीं, देखें, असल में ये जिहाद का कॉन्सेप्ट आज उलमा को और मिल्लत इस्लामिया को दुनिया के सामने और देश के सामने समझाने की ज़रूरत थी। और समझाने से पहले बड़े उलमा अगर इस तरीके की बातें करेंगे तो ये कहीं ना कहीं मिसकंसेप्शन जो है वो लोगों के दिलों में आएगा और ये हमारे मुल्क के लिए बहुत ही नुकसानदेह और ख़तरनाक साबित होगा। असल में जिहाद को समझाने की ज़रूरत थी अपने लोगों को भी और हमारे उन भाइयों को भी जिन्होंने जिहाद के बारे में समझा नहीं था। और आप ओपन प्लेटफॉर्म पे आकर के इस तरीके की बातें करेंगे जिससे कि कहीं ना कहीं नुकसानदेह चीज़ें सामने देखने को मिलेंगी। और वो अगर बच्चों में उग्रता आ जाएगी, अगर बच्चे किसी न किसी तरीके से गलत राह पर चले जाएंगे और वो किसी ऐसी गुनाह का मुर्तकिब हो जाएंगे जिससे उसकी दुनिया और आखिरत दोनों खराब हो जाएगी, तो इसका जिम्मेदार कौन होंगे? ये वो नज़ारे होंगे जिसकी वजह से आज ये वो नज़ारे होंगे जिसकी वजह से पूरी दुनिया में हमारी छवि खराब हो रही है। हमें चाहिए था कि जिन लोगों ने जिहाद को नहीं समझा है और हमारे हिंदू भाइयों ने अगर उसको गलत तरीके से, हमें लगता है या हमारे लोगों को लगता है कि अगर गलत समझा है तो सही समझाने की जरूरत थी, सही बताने की जरूरत थी, ना कि ओपन प्लेटफॉर्म पे आकर के जिहाद के बारे में यूं खुलेआम कहने की या पार्लियामेंट में खुलेआम कहने की और लोगों को खुलेआम कहने की इस बिल्कुल जरूरत नहीं है इस बात की। और जो कहीं ना कहीं ये हमारे देश के लिए, हमारे लोगों के लिए, हमारी कौम के लिए, हमारे मिल्लत के लोगों के लिए बहुत नुकसानदेह होगा और इस किस्म की भाषाओं का इस्तेमाल मुनासिब नहीं होगा।
सही माने समझाइए ना मुल्क को, आपको प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है, समझाइए मुल्क को सही माने जिहाद के।
नहीं, समझाने की बात नहीं होती इसको। डोंट यूज इट एज पॉलिटिकल टर्मिनोलॉजी। मुफ्ती साहब अच्छा समझते हैं। मुफ्ती ज़ियाई जी, मुफ्ती ज़ियाई जी,
मीडिया हैज बीन यूजिंग द टर्म जिहाद फॉर देयर narrative, for setting their narrative, for spreading hatred, for spreading for victimization and realization of
Tala, listen to Mansoor Ziai is a very well known scholar.
तलहा, मैं आपसे अच्छा जिहाद को समझ सकता हूं या समझा भी सकता हूं, लेकिन इस तरीके से अगर जिन लोगों ने जिहाद को गलत तरीके से पेश किया है तो हमारे वो हिंदू भाई जिसे 60% कहा गया, जो खामोश हैं या नहीं समझ रहे हैं या आपकी भाषाओं पर इंतजार कर रहे हैं, तो उन लोगों को कम से कम अपने मिसकंसेप्शन को खत्म करना चाहिए था और उन्हें बताना चाहिए था कि हम जो जिहाद की बात कर रहे हैं वो जिहाद बिल नफ्स है, जिहाद बिल कलम है, जिहाद बिल इल्म है। तो इसके सूरत हाल को समझाने की जरूरत थी। ये वो जमाने हैं जिस जमाने में पूरी दुनिया में एक नैरेटिव बनाया गया जिहाद के खिलाफ। तो ऐसे सूरत हाल में क्यों नहीं हम अपने लोगों को समझाएं और अपने मिल्लत को समझाएं, वो उनको समझाएं जिस देश में हमारे बड़े भाई हिंदू भाई रहते हैं। हम उनके साथ बैठ करके गुफ्तगू शुनीद करना चाहिए था और उसके लिए बड़े प्रोग्राम की जरूरत थी। और बड़े
ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हो रही है बात। एंड आई वांट टू टेल यू दिस, आई विश टू टेल यू दिस, 1 minute। सी मंसूर ज़ियाई जी, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद एक वीडियो सर्कुलेट हुई सोशल मीडिया में जहां पे एक आदमी कई लश्कर तोयबा के टेररिस्ट के साथ खड़ा है, इंक्लूडिंग हफीज अब्दुल रौफ, और वो वहां पे अल जिहाद अल जिहाद अल जिहाद अल जिहाद कह रहे हैं। देखिए, ये जो वर्ड है उस समय इट इज़ नॉट अ स्पिरिचुअल चांट, इट इज़ नॉट सोशल जस्टिस, it is being used as a slogan by terrorist groups also, or you can say misused. You can even say misused. 1 minute. But everybody who is using this word in parliament, and Madni ji who's taking a call for jihad, is aware that terrorist groups have been misusing the word. They should be more responsible. इसको एक हिंदूज को प्रोवोक करने के लिए इस वर्ड को ऐसे यूज करने, इसकी कोई जरूरत नहीं है। There is no need for it. What do you think? Zubair Memon wants to say something from Mumbai. Zubair Memon, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे मंसूर ज़ियाई जी को?
अनुराग, आपने वन साइड कमेंट्री काफी देर सुन रहे थे, जिसमें एक पॉइंट ने कही कि मुसलमानों को वन साइड अपना कोई फंडामेंटल लॉ चाहिए, ये देश संविधान चलेगा, लोग बाबरी मस्जिद के खिलाफ भड़का रहे हैं। तो हमको ये समझना होगा कि जब बाबरी मस्जिद का फैसला आया तो इस देश में ना एक कंकर उठाया गया, पत्थर उठाया, ना जिहाद का कोई हुआ किस मौलाना के थ्रू, बल्कि इस देश के संविधान को और कोर्ट के ऑर्डर माना गया। उसी बाबरी मस्जिद के जिसमें कोर्ट ने स्टे दे दिया था और सिद्धांतों और को हाशिए रख करके बाबरी मस्जिद को शहीद करके उस कारण से की गई, वो आतंकवाद है। मुसलमान ने कोई आतंक नहीं था, मुसलमानों ने कोई ऐसा अपना धर्म नहीं था। मुसलमानों ने हमेशा कोर्ट और संविधान के साथ, और उसका सबसे बड़ा है बाबरी मस्जिद का, और बाबरी मस्जिद के बाद
देखिए, बाबरी मस्जिद का मुद्दा कोर्ट में सेटल हो चुका है। जुबैर जी, आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करें ना करें, मगर उसको अभी उठा के कुछ होने वाला नहीं। मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है, आप समझदार आदमी हैं, मुझे बताइए 2011 में जब ओसामा बिन लादेन को अबोटाबाद में पकड़ा गया और मारा गया, तब एक बात समझ के आई, उन्होंने लिखा था वहाँ पे कि जितना पैसा है मेरा जो सूडान में है, पाकिस्तान में है, पूरे पैसे को आप जिहाद के लिए यूज़ कीजिए। तो आप ये भी कह सकते हैं कि ओसामा बिन लादेन ने गलत इस्तेमाल किया जिहाद शब्द का। 1 minute, that he misused the word jihad. But you are aware that whether it is Masood Azhar or Osama bin Laden, they have misused the word jihad. The misuse of this word is something that we must be very conscious about. अभी situation बहुत polarized है। You say that jihad को स्कूल में पढ़ाना चाहिए। स्कूल में क्यों पढ़ाया जाए जिहाद? हम कंप्यूटर सिखाएं, बायोलॉजी, केमिस्ट्री, फिजिक्स, एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स सिखाएं कि जिहाद सिखाएं? ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट है कि हमें स्कूलों में जिहाद पढ़ाना चाहिए, शुड वी प्रोड्यूस डॉक्टर्स, इंजीनियर्स, साइंटिस्ट? क्या जिहाद पढ़ाने से स्कूल में आप ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, पॉलिटिशियंस, टेक्नोक्रेट्स, स्पेस साइंटिस्ट डेवलप कर पाएंगे? Is this why India was a constitutional democracy? And should these questions not be asked? You're a lawyer. I'm shocked, Umair Junaidi. You're a lawyer. The very basis of India's partition was the rejection of this idea. When we became independent, Jinnah said, I want an Islamic country. And Pakistan was founded on the ideology of Jinnah, who said, Islam is the framework for law, society, national identity. Without being a Muslim, you cannot even be president or prime minister. But we are not. We are a secular, democratic, constitutional republic. You can't say, I want equality before the law, freedom of religion and secularism, and at the same time say, we must teach jihad in schools. No. How can you teach? You are saying एक 10 साल के बच्चे को आप स्कूल में जिहाद सिखाएंगे? उसकी maturity है, उसको ठीक से.
That the educational framework of our country is not.
Why should we teach jihad in schools?
Shall I?
Why should we teach jihad in schools? We would like to teach mathematics in schools and algebra, not jihad. No, 1 minute.
Yeah.
You know, everybody begins to talk like this. Let's not try to be too aggressive. We are a country of Bhagavad Gita, self-discipline, duty, moral struggle, satyagrah, ahimsa. Well, you are now saying that in India, students should learn jihad and nobody should question. Because हम सवाल पूछेंगे तो हम communal हो जाएंगे. आप secular है इसलिए आप जिहाद की बात कर रहे हैं. ये क्या है? पार्लियामेंट में आप बोलेंगे जय पैलेस्टाइन, हम सवाल पूछेंगे बोलेंगे और आर नॉट सेक्युलर. हम कहेंगे भारत माता की जय, आप कहेंगे कॉम्युनल. हम कहेंगे केमिस्ट्री, बायोलॉजी, फिजिक्स, आप बोलेंगे इरेशनल. आप कहेंगे जिहाद, आप बोलेंगे सेक्युलर. जुबैर, प्लीज थिंक.
Now, at least now.
And viewers are also listening tonight.
At least now, shall I answer?
To answer.
Yes, please. Junaid and Ajay Alok, sorry Ajay to keep you waiting. Let's deal with this very calmly. Junaid.
Okay.
Junaid.
Yeah. Arnab, first of all, the very starting of the debate was the word jihad. And you said continuously, I was being quiet, calm and listening to you very carefully without any disturbance. And I want other panelists not to disturb me until I finish my words.
No, Ajay will speak after you.
The term, let him speak. I believe in secularism. I believe in equality.
Sure, please continue. Yeah.
So the term jihad is misinterpreted And that misinterpretation has led those fellows to stand against the country is a very clear point. Now,
misinterpreted by whom? Misinterpreted by whom?
Those fellows who stand against their country.
Which fellows? Can you name them?
The fellows who were arrested
Which fellows?
in the Delhi case, the fellows who were in the Pulwama attacks, the fellows, the terrorists, the suicide bombers who don't know what is Islam, who don't know what is Jihad, the fellows who don't have the enough guts to read Quran, the fellows who don't understand what is Quran, the fellows who never touched or never read the Quran, the fellows who never read the Sahaba, and the fellows who never ever.
So including Sarjil Imam, including 1 minute, Mufti Zia is coming in. Mufti Zia, आप कुछ कह रहे हैं, आप उनको Mufti Zia जी कुछ intervene कर रहे हैं. Mufti Zia, Zubaydi जी, Mufti Zia Islamic scholar है, कुछ कह रहे हैं आप.
Agreed. He was speaking, I was very quiet.
No, he's just saying 10-second intervention by 10 second की intervention, 10 second की intervention allow करूँगा.
वकील साहब, आप अगर कहें कि जो कुरान नहीं पढ़ेगा या नहीं समझेगा वो जिहाद करना चाहिए, उससे ये तो बात सही नहीं हो सकती है ना. जो कुरान और जो रसूलुल्लाह की हदीस नहीं पढ़ेगा वो जिहाद करेगा, ये तो सही बात नहीं है ना.
मुफ्ती साहब, पहले तो मैं आपके मुफ्ती होने पे शक करता हूँ. कौन सी बात
कर लीजिए.
Oh my God!
मैंने आपको ये कहा,
My God!
कि जिन लोगों ने कुरान नहीं पढ़ा.
My God, इन्होंने कहा, I doubt if you're a mufti.
अभी आपने कहा साहब, आप वकील साहब, आपने अभी कहा, आप अपने रिकॉर्ड को दोबारा एक बार चेक कर लें.
सवाल आप पे पूछा, आपने कहा मुफ्ती नहीं है.
नहीं, आप शक कर,
आपसे डिसएग्री करते हैं, आप कहते हैं मुफ्ती नहीं है.
नहीं पड़ेगा, वो जिहाद नहीं समझेगा या जिहाद नहीं करेगा. हिंदुस्तान की तारीख में गैर मुस्लिम भाइयों ने जिस तरीके से मुल्क की आजादी के लिए जिहाद किया, क्या वो कुरान शरीफ पढ़ के आए थे? ये क्या
मुफ्ती साहब, पहले आप समझना सीखिए मैंने क्या बोला है. मैंने ये बोला, जो लोगों में हिम्मत नहीं है कुरान पढ़ने की, वो लोग जिहाद का गलत मायना निकाल करके आज देश के खिलाफ खड़े हो रहे हैं. पहली मेरी बात को समझिए.
जिम्मेदार
बुलाया
वकील साहब,
आपको चांस.
वकील साहब, आपको कुछ रिस्पॉन्ड कर रहे हैं. वकील साहब इज रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू.
करिए वकील साहब, बड़ी इज्जत और एहतराम के साथ मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं. अल्लाह के रसूल सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने इस बात के बारे में आपको क्या बताया, कुरान और हदीस ने हमारे लिए क्या बताया. हमारी जिम्मेदारी ये थी कि वो लोग जिन्हें के अंदर में मिसकंसेप्शन था उन्हें समझाते.
जिम्मेदारी पे बात में आएंगे.
क्या
साहब, पहले मुझे बताइए मैंने क्या गलत बोला.
नहीं, आपने जो लफ्ज का इस्तेमाल किया, जो कुरान नहीं पढ़ेंगे, जो नहीं समझेंगे वो जिहाद को, ये सब कैसे हो सकता है?
ऐसे मैंने नहीं बोला, ऐसे मैंने बोला ही नहीं. अगर मैंने बोला है तो आप बता दीजिए.
एक बार आप दोबारा
आई चैलेंज यू. आप दोबारा सुनिए.
अरे वकील साहब, क्यों चैलेंज करने में लग जाते हैं? वकील साहब, अरे साहब, यहाँ तो जिद्दोजहद मत कीजिए. हम आपसे जिद्दोजहद नहीं कर रहे हैं.
मुफ्ती
संघर्ष क्यों कर रहे हैं आप?
मुफ्ती साहब, आपके साथ
क्यों संघर्ष कर रहे हैं?
No, let's not get personal. No bad attacks here tonight. I want to say one thing. See, मैं एक बात आपको कहता हूँ. देखिए, I want to say one thing, that a lot of people misinterpret a lot of things. For example, Mr. Junaidi, I'm not an Islamic scholar or any scholar, but I'll tell you this. Aurangzeb wanted to force people to convert to Islam. And when Guru Tegh Bahadur refused, he was executed. And the question is this, please. The question is that you, 1 minute, at this point of time, Mr. Junaidi, we can have a long discussion on the true meaning of jihad that you can teach others. I'm only saying one thing. I'm a simple man. And Ajay Alok is here today. Why use a word which has been misinterpreted? Find another word. Why keep using a word which you yourself, Mr. Junaidi, allow me to complete. Mr. Junaidi, you began by saying that those fellows. You know, Mr. Junaidi, that this word has been misused by those fellows, and by those fellows, I am only asking you one thing. Is there no other word but jihad? कोई और word नहीं है. No, why use only the word jihad? To convey what you want, use another word.
Arnab, my name is Umar. My name is Umar, and that's my name. That's enough. Why you call me lawyer, sir? Why you call me Junaid, sir? My name is Umar.
No. That's a strange argument. That's a strange argument. I'm saying today.
Jihad is my word. Why should I use
No.
another
Okay,
word?
so but then use another word.
To use my word.
Really?
The word written in the Quran, and they misinterpret, and you want us to change the word? Why should we?
Is this the word that was used by?
Who are against India? Why are they using?
Because people who are against India have used the word. People who are against humanity have used the word. So we should therefore.
In order to restrain those.
We should therefore be conscious of before asking for. You can always sit down and privately explain to people the true meaning of the word jihad, but you cannot make a public call for jihad. A public call for jihad is very different from a private education on jihad. You know, if Madni was to sit with 10 people and have a private discussion or debate on jihad, very good. But if he's publicly calling for jihad, it's very dangerous.
Arthab, let me ask you, what is the solution to eradicate terrorism?
To eliminate terrorists.
What is the solution to eradicate terrorism?
To eliminate terrorists, to finish them.
How?
By using the army, security forces.
Before that, use the terminology's correct way.
Oh, come on now. Come on now. You know, are you saying that America, are you saying, one minute, are you saying that the United States of America, instead of sending an Apache plane, right, with guns and killing Osama bin Laden, picking his body and throwing it into the sea or wherever they dumped it, they should have taken 10 university teachers to sit down and have a discussion and debate and try to reform Osama bin Laden. क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप भाई? कैसी बात कर रहे हैं? अजय आलोक 9:30 बज गए, 9:30 बज से 9:32 p.m. I'm getting Ajay Alok on the debate. Ajay, what are you making of this? Today this word has also been used in Parliament.
I hope
so we are a bit concerned.
Yeah.
When I ask you a simple question,
I hope my Muslim countrymen will listen to me and give me an audience. Please. Give me an audience because I have a selective knowledge of Sharia law, which I have studied. I may be wrong, then you can correct me. In Sharia law, I read that jihad actually has two dimensions. Please listen, and if I'm wrong, correct me. Sharia law, I read that jihad has two dimensions, greater jihad and lesser jihad. Greater jihad is an internal struggle where you need to clean yourself of all the ill intentions and all. And the lesser jihad is where you go for non-violent means and also violent means. Now, if you trace the history of Islam, when Islam was born and when Islam was expanded, it was always through call of jihad and it was through violent means. In the current context, the perception of all the people, all the globe, I'm not talking of Muslim community, but all the globe, whether it is Christian, Hindus, Jain, Parsi, Zoroastrians, the concept of jihad, the perception of jihad is like a clarion call for violence to make this as an Islamic country, anywhere in the world. May you call it Chechnya, may you call it Afghanistan, may you call it Pakistan, may you call it now France. The clarion call of jihad is through violence to make it an Islamic world. This is the perception. No. I'm just saying what is the perception. You can correct me later. Now, here comes the problem. Here comes the problem. And Darul Islam, Darul Band, which is a clear-cut ideology, the first line of ideology written that we follow Sharia rule. Now, in India, you cannot follow Sharia. This is the truth. You have to follow the constitution, not Sharia. But Darul Band says we follow Sharia.
Who says?
How can you follow?
Who says? Ajay, who says?
Darul Band, the first philosophy which was founded.
Darul Band?
Darul Band. It's a clear cut mentioned in there.
You don't even know, you haven't done your homework,
No.
You don't even know the terminology, then you're
They band.
Islam,
they band, I don't want to know also. If they band. They band ideology, they follow the Wahhabian sect. Why are you shouting over me? When I'm saying
why did the government allow the Taliban leaders to go there?
You feel shameful. You don't know the terminology, you haven't done your homework, you are not an expert of Islamic and Sharia law.
Of Wahhabi sect, the followers of Wahhabi sect who follows crystal clear of Sunni sect.
Okay, now Tala, you have shown how much you know. Let him complete. 1 minute. You have shown how much you know.
What you guys are doing.
Now give me 30 seconds. I've been waiting for 30 minutes.
No, let Ajay complete, then I'll come to you.
Gentlemen, listen to me. I'm a non-Muslim. I don't know much about your Sharia law. Whatever I know, I'm saying, then you can correct me if I'm wrong. There are three types of terror. One, the terrorist which we see as a suicide bomber, or one who directly shoots, like what we have seen in Pulwama. Then there are second kind of terrorists who give them a hideout, a layout, act as a sleeper cells. And the third kind of terrorists who give them soft power. They are the most dangerous one, who pollutes the mind. And this pollution gives the word jihad. This is the perception. Now, if you have, it is your responsibility as a laureate of Muslim community, as a noble knowledge holders of Quran, that you should go and preach your community, not to come in the trap of this third kind of terrorist, what you call the soft terrorist. And I consider Madni as a soft terror module operating in this country.
You consider whom?
I object. This is highly disgraceful, and I object. He is an ex-MP of the Lok Sabha, the highest, the Mandir of Loktan. And this man, the Pravakta, I don't know if he's an official Pravakta.
He cannot give a clarion call for jihad.
Comparing him to
that jihad should be taught in schools. He cannot give the clarion call.
Tala, calm down everyone. I'm saying that there must be other words. I'm only saying you cannot teach jihad in schools.
Allow me to respond, Arnab. Give me 30 uninterrupted seconds to respond.
Tala, 1 minute. I just want to get in Asif Hussain Sohail before I come to you. I'm saying why is there not...
This is highly...
No. Tala. Please understand, we're a constitutional secular democracy. You can't call for jihad in this country.
Please allow me to rebut him.
But you can't call for jihad. You want to teach jihad in Indian schools? This is actually a debate that we are having in 2025. If you're watching tonight, you see the level of polarization that's happening in our country, where some people are openly calling for jihad to be taught in schools. That is why I always say that radicalization will spare nobody. The future of India is at stake now.
Arnab, allow me to speak. Arnab, give me 30 uninterrupted seconds at least. Can I speak, Arnab?
Go on.
Arnab, now, this gentleman sitting
His name is Ajay Alok.
Mr. Ajay Alok, the honorable guest on this panel, said that the mind should not be given a perception by taking the word jihad. It's the BJP and the ecosystem, the right wing and a particular section of the media which is obsessed with the term jihad. They shout again and again, love jihad, food jihad, land jihad, this jihad, that jihad. That is the mind about the thing he was talking about. Now the word jihad, I'm thankful to Mr. Mahmood Madni and to Muhibullah Nadwi that they brought this terminology into the discussion of the coffee table. It's high time that the true meaning of the word jihad comes to the knowledge.
Viewers in our country today, please note today, I'm just saying it's the 3rd of December 2025, and people are openly calling for jihad in this country. Just watch this. This is not a coffee table discussion. We are concerned Indians that in our country, people like you are saying jihad should be taught in schools.
Why are you talking
I can't believe it.
jihad?
Would you believe this 5 years back, 10 years back? Khulkar ye debate ho rahi hai.
To moral, spiritual and social and self-discipline.
You don't talk about giving capital punishment to people who are committing rape. Why do you talk about jihad and you don't talk about giving capital punishment to terrorists? Why do you talk about jihad and don't talk about the other crimes, heinous crimes that are committed and giving capital punishment? You talk about following the Sharia only to the extent of using proactive terminology just to create unrest in this country, and you don't want to follow the Sharia law. And अगर आप Sharia law का इतना ही पाबंदी से, अगर आप हदीस और कुरान को इतनी ही पाबंदी से फॉलो करते हैं, तो अल्लाह मुझे माफ करे. आप बहुत इंसान है, शायद नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के बाद अगर कोई और नबी आने वाले थे, तो आप ही बनते.
This selective outrage.
कुरान, हदीस, शरीयत, आप सब चीजों को फॉलो नहीं करते हैं. आप कानून का फॉलो नहीं करते हैं. आप कहते हैं कि हाँ हमें हिजाब चाहिए, हमें पॉलीगैमी चाहिए, हमें तलाक चाहिए, हमें ये सारी.
But tell me one thing. One thought which I want to ask you here. You know, it is also said, I don't know, I'm not an Islamic scholar, but कहा जाता है कि Islam is against forced conversion.
Yes.
Islam does not allow... 1 minute.
Definitely.
Listen to me. No, definitely you are saying. Islam does not allow forced conversion.
Yes.
Then why did Aurangzeb and all the Muslim leaders, why did they try to forcibly convert Sikhs to Islam? And those who did not convert were killed?
What do you mean by Muslim leaders? Why don't you talk about...
Aurangzeb is what? Okay, not a Muslim leader, Muslim tyrant, Muslim dictator. Babar. Did Babar and Aurangzeb believe in forced conversion? Then why are you fighting for Babri Masjid? Why are you fighting for Babri Masjid?
Aurangzeb gave grants to many mandirs. He gave lands to many mandirs.
Abhi dekhiye. Now he's supporting. Ajay Alok, according to him, Aurangzeb was a promoter of Hinduism. Kuch bhi bolenge.
You guys are
now he's supporting Aurangzeb. He's for Jihad. He wants children in India to study Jihad. There must be. He wants all students in class 4 and 5 to do an exam on Jihad. Where we are taught about what is science, what is chemistry, what is the atom. We will be taught, children should be taught what is Jihad.
We
are not governed by Islamic theology in India.
Rajasthan government.
We are not Afghanistan.
The title of Ghazi after he defeated a Hindu king. By the first war he defeated, when he defeated Ibrahim Lodi, he was not accorded with Ghazi. But when he killed Hindus and when he defeated a Hindu ruler, then he was accorded with the title Ghazi. बाबरी नामा पढ़िए जाके. इतना तो मैंने भी पढ़ा, आप भी पढ़ सकते हो. ना पढ़ लीजिए ना, बाबरी नामा में लिखा है. आपके बाबरी नामा में लिखा हुआ है. सच सुनने पे आप लोग को चिढ़ क्यों मचती है भाई? सच सुनने में आप लोग को चिढ़ क्यों मचती है? आप लोग को अपने कम्युनिटी को सिखाना चाहिए, लेकिन आप लोग और इग्नाइट करते हो. मदनी जैसे लोगों को आप प्रमोट करते हो. शरिया लॉ नहीं आएगा ना इस देश में. शरिया लॉ नहीं आएगा देश में, निश्चिंत रहिए. और जब ये कहते हैं ना जो लव जिहाद और बाकी जिहाद आप बोल रहे थे, जो डेमोग्राफी जिहाद अभी बिहार में पता चला.
हमने देश के संविधान को चुना, हमने देश के
व्यक्ति की 4 बीवियां 52 बच्चे.
अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ जिहाद का फतवा दिया था.
Okay, Zubair, you will admit today that many people have misused the word jihad according to those fellows. Then why can't you stop using the word jihad for some time?
Why we should...
I can't hear. No, I can't hear him. The person speaking is not on screen. Yeah, Mr. Junaidi.
Arnab, the word jihad is my word, my term. It is not the term of the terrorist. It is not the word that has to be used by the persons who are against the country. It is my word. It is a pious word. They use my word, they misinterpret, they create the terrorists, they destroy my country, and you want me to use another word? Why should I use?
I don't know. Are you saying that the word jihad is universal and does not apply only to Muslims?
Jihad is a pious thing. Jihad is a pious thing that has to be taught, and the misinterpretation creates a terrorist. In order to eradicate terrorism, it is the need of the hour. Let us be on the platform.
Okay, Mufti CI.
देखिए, मुल्क के अंदर में जो लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि टेररिस्टों को सिखाना चाहिए जिहाद, अरे टेररिस्टों को गोली मारना चाहिए, उन्हें बिरयानी खिलाने के लिए नहीं रखना चाहिए था. हम लोग ये चाहते हैं कि जिहाद का मतलब उलमा समझाएं, मुफ्तियाने किराम समझाएं. आप अगर उसको नहीं समझना चाहते तो ये आपकी गलती है, और आप चाहते हैं उन्हें बुला करके बिरयानी खिलाएं. ये तो नहीं हो सकता इस देश में, जिस देश में कानून है, जहां पर संविधान है और उसकी पासदारी करने का हलफ आपका और हमारा है. और रसूलुल्लाह का फरमान है, आप जानते भी हैं. अल्लाह के रसूल सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने फरमाया है, तुम जिस मुल्क से मोहब्बत करो, जिस मुल्क में रहते हो, जहां तुम पैदा हुए, वहां से मोहब्बत करने का हुक्म दिया गया, वहां के कानून को मानने का हुक्म दिया गया. ऐसी सूरत हाल में आप जिहाद के फतवे की बात करेंगे, ये गैर मुनासिब बात होगी. अल्लाह के रसूल इससे राजी नहीं होंगे. हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कि अपने लोगों को और मुसलमान भाइयों को और हिंदू भाइयों को भी जिहाद का सही डिफिनेशन बताएं, उन्हें समझाएं, उनको बताएं कि जिहाद का मतलब किसी का कत्ल नहीं है, बल्कि जिहाद का मतलब संघर्ष है, जिहाद का मतलब जिद्दोजहद है. ये हमें बताने की जरूरत है. अफसोस हमें बताने में बहुत पीछे रह गए. हमें अपनी गलतियों का एहसास होना चाहिए. हमने जहां जहां कमियां हैं उसे एहसास होना चाहिए. मैं वकील साहब से बार बार कहूंगा कि आप इस बात को समझने की कोशिश करें. अगर खता हुए तो सुधारिए. अगर हम बता नहीं सकते हैं तो कम से कम लोगों तक पहुंचाइए अपना मैसेज. बताइए ना आप, हम जिहाद बताते रसूलुल्लाह सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के दीन वाला जिहाद बताइए, लश्कर वाला जिहाद ना बताइए।
मुफ्ती साहब, आपको मुफ्ती किसने बनाया? आपको कहां से सनद है? पहले ये बताइए।
अगेन
आपने अंडरस्टैंडिंग तो जीरो
बनाया। नहीं, आपको वकील किसने बनाया? आपकी मां ने आपका नाम उमर क्यों रखा? अदल की बात क्यों नहीं करते हैं? आपका नाम अगर उमर है तो अदल की बात क्यों नहीं करते हैं? इंसाफ का तकाजा। अब जब आप मुझसे पूछेंगे मुफ्ती किसने बनाया, आपको वकील किसने बना दिया?
आप तो बता सको।
क्यों कहते हैं कि उसे समझाइए? आप क्यों कहते हैं कि आप
मुझे वकील बनाया बार काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया ने,
बुला करके समझाइए।
मुझे वकील बनाया बार काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया ने। आपकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग जीरो है, आप बात को समझ नहीं सकते हो।
लाउडा जुबैर, जुनैदी,
आपको कहते हैं, अब मुझे तो नहीं लगता आप पढ़े लिखे हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि आप पढ़े लिखे हैं, आपको पढ़ना चाहिए।
काउंसिल से पूछिए, जाइए बार काउंसिल से पूछिए, मुझसे मत पूछिए कि मैं पढ़ा लिखा हूं या नहीं। आप बार काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया से पूछिए, जो स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी है उसने मुझे वकालत दी है, उसने मुझे वकील घोषित किया। मैं आपके जैसे बढ़िया नहीं हूँ, मुझे लॉ की समझ है, मैं कोर्ट में प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ, आपकी तरह टीवी पे आपकी चिल्लाता नहीं हूँ। मैं कुछ और बोल रहा हूँ, आप कुछ और बोल रहे हो।
मुफ्ती
को ये कहा
हम हिंदुस्तान से लेकर के बाहर मुल्कों तक हम पढ़ करके आए हैं, आपकी तरह।
आसिफ हुसैन सोहेल,
अच्छे से आपको जिहाद के बारे में आप हमें समझाएंगे, आप शरीयत में बताएंगे, आपसे हमें सीखना पड़ेगी शरीयत।
जुबैर,
अरे आपको जिसके बारे में शरीयत की छीन से वाकिफ नहीं, आप हमें शरीयत बताएंगे। आप जाइए वकालत कीजिए, और आपको वकील भी आप तो अच्छे नहीं है ऐसा लगता है।
सबर से
नहीं मेमन साहब, आपसे बताने की कोशिश करें कि अल्लाह के रसूल का दीन समझना चाहते हैं, या वो उन्होंने जहाँ किताबें पढ़ी है वो
सबर करिए। मुफ्ती साहब,
जिद्दोजहद किसे कहते हैं?
2 मिनट रुक जाइए।
बहुत अफसोस की बात है कि मुल्क को वो दिशा दिखाई जा रही है जिससे हमारा नुकसान होगा, और हमें अपने लोगों को समझाने की जरूरत।
रुकिए मुफ्ती साहब, रुकिए, सुन लीजिए। अभी मुफ्ती साहब ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही और अपनी गलती भी मानी कि जिहाद का मतलब समझाने में वो नाकाम रहे, और मैं प्रशंसा करता हूं कि मुफ्ती साहब ने अपनी गलती मान ली। हमको ये समझना,
देखिए मेमन साहब समझे, मदनी साहब को भी ये बात समझना चाहिए।
मेरी 30 सेकंड खाली होने दीजिए, फिर आप बोलिए मुफ्ती साहब। अभी आधे पौने घंटे से अर्नब जी और बीजेपी के जो प्रवक्ता है, ये दोनों मिलकर के कह रहे हैं कि जिहाद शब्द गलत है, और अर्नब जी तो वहां तक चले गए कि जिहाद को आप शब्द की तौर से वापरना बंद कीजिए। मुफ्ती साहब, आप बंद कर देंगे जिहाद शब्द वापरना?
बिल्कुल नहीं, कोई बंद नहीं कर सकता, और तमाम बातों से जहां इत्तेफाक हमें है, इस बात को समझना पड़ेगा
अर्नब जी,
लेकिन उस जिहाद की बात को बंद करना पड़ेगा जो लश्कर तैयबा कर रहा है।
When the point is this, that, and I need to say something here. So what happens is, Zubair, my question is only this, and the question is raised by a lot of people, that if there's a possibility of misinterpretation, then we should be very careful, and we must not, if you know it will be misinterpreted, you should not make public calls for jihad across the country. ये गलत है। आप वक्फ के इशू पर आप जिहाद की बात कर रहे हैं। ये मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट वक्फ के नाम पर जिहाद करेंगे? क्यों हमारे देश में कोई कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, कोई संविधान नहीं है? इन द नेम ऑफ वक्फ यू विल डू जिहाद?
तो सही है, हम सही डिफिनेशन दे तो गलत है, ये अच्छा। दिन रात चिल्लाइए।
हाँ ना, एक्सेप्टेबल। अजय लोग
पे भी जिहाद हो रहा था, CAA और NRC पे भी जिहाद हो रहा था। क्यों? भारतीय मुसलमानों को क्या दिक्कत है CAA और NRC से? इसमें क्यों जिहाद हो रहा था?
राष्ट्रीय मंच के लोग
यहाँ शाहीन बाग में क्या हो रहा था? यहाँ शाहीन बाग में क्या हो रहा था CAA NRC के नाम पे?
मुस्लिम राष्ट्रीय मंच के लोग आपके
क्या बात कर रहे हैं? शाहीन बाग भूल गए दिल्ली का?
अरे सर नाम लीजिए,
शाहीन बाग भूल गए?
शाहीन बाग
क्यों? दुखती रख पे हाथ रख दिया ना, दुखती रख पे हाथ रख दिया। शाहीन बाग यहाँ घेर के बैठे हुए थे CAA NRC पे, उसमें क्या जरूरत थी जिहाद करने की? कौन सी जरूरत थी जिहाद करने की उसमें?
आपको फख्र करना चाहिए।
केरला से जो मुसलमान बच्चे जा रहे हैं सीरिया, किसके लिए जिहाद करने जा रहे हैं?
इसका जवाब जुबैर मेमन देंगे। जुबैर मेमन रिप्लाई टू द क्वेश्चन। जुबैर मेमन रिप्लाई टू द क्वेश्चन दैट अजय आलोक हैज आस्क्ड।
अजय आलोक जी ने कहा,
उन्होंने बोला कि केरला से जो जा रहे हैं सीरिया, वो क्या करने जा रहे हैं? ये सवाल इन्होंने पूछा,
उसी का जवाब दे रहा हूँ। CAA NRC में जिहाद का कॉल किया गया, केरला से जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने एक रेटोरिक्स कही। आखिरी बार भारत देश में जिहाद का फतवा उलमाओं द्वारा मौलानाओं द्वारा दिया गया था, जमीयत द्वारा, देवबंद द्वारा अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ। उसके बाद कोई भी जिहाद का मुत्तहिदा फतवा इस देश में नहीं दिया गया है, ऑन रिकॉर्ड कह रहा हूं मैं। और जब देश के मौलानाओं ने अंग्रेज के खिलाफ फतवा दे दिए कि जिहाद कर दीजिए, तब संघ, बीजेपी, वीएसपी, बजरंग दल के जो बाप दादा थे वो अंग्रेजों से पेंशन लेकर।
What do you mean बीजेपी के बाप दादा एंड ऑल? या व्हाट इज दिस लैंग्वेज?
नोआ खाली एक मिनट नोआ खाली में और डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे में किसने जिहाद का कॉल दिया था? हिम्मत है तो बताइए।
जो गुलामी
40,000 हिंदुओं को काट दिया गया।
इज्जत की उम्मीद मत करिए था।
किसने
मैं इज्जत नहीं दे सकता अंग्रेजों के गुलामों को।
इज्जत की क्या उम्मीद नहीं कीजिए, आगे अपने रंग पे,
नहीं दे सकता,
अपने रंग पे आ गए ना। डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे का कॉल देंगे जिहाद का, कार सेवकों को जलाएंगे जिहाद का कॉल देके,
लड़ रहे थे,
कार सेवकों को जलाएंगे जिहाद का कॉल देके। अरे छोड़िए आप,
फतवे दे रहे थे।
मैंने बोला ना आप लोग सॉफ्ट प्रमोटर हैं, आप लोग सॉफ्ट प्रमोटर हैं। दिक्कत है आप लोग को ठीक होने की।
रेशमी रुमाल तहरीक ला रहे थे, यही देवबंद
लिए पाकिस्तान बनाने के लिए ना, हिंदुस्तान तो नहीं बनाया, पाकिस्तान बनाने के लिए ना।
आप लोग
अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ पाकिस्तान बनाना था ना।
ये जो थे
आपके तो बंटवारे में आपके शुरू से ही हिस्सा था,
पेंशन ले रहे थे।
बंटवारा तो शुरू से आपका मकसद था, पाकिस्तान बनाना था। पाकिस्तान अंग्रेजों के लिए इसलिए लड़ रहे थे ना कि पाकिस्तान चाहिए था।
देश की गद्दारी आप कर रहे थे, अंग्रेजों की गुलामी आप
कॉल देते हैं, जिहाद करते हैं। कश्मीर से सारे हिंदुओं को कट के भगा दिया जिहाद का कॉल देके, उसका कह रहे हैं कि जिहाद बहुत अच्छा चीज है।
करके ही
अरे समझाइए अपने लोगों को, यहाँ जिहादी नहीं चलेगा।
अपनी जानों की लाशें,
जिहादी बनिएगा, जहन्नुम में जाइएगा।
आप क्या समझेंगे जिहाद को, जिन्होंने अंग्रेजों की गुलामी की है?
समझाइए ना।
डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे क्या था?
गलत काम कर,
डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे पे चुप क्यों हो गए? डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे क्या था? आज सपोर्ट करेंगे भारत में डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे का।
कश्मीर में क्या हुआ?
कलकत्ता में कितने लोगों को मारा गया डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे में? बताइए मुझे। क्यों नहीं सुन रहे?
पढ़िए, आपको पता ही नहीं है।
हाँ, मुस्लिम लीग ने डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे क्यों किया? जिन्ना का समर्थन भी करेंगे। आज इस प्रोग्राम में तला जिन्ना का समर्थन भी करेंगे, यही बाकी था।
आपको जिन्ना याद है?
क्यों नहीं बात करूं मैं डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे का? क्यों नहीं बात करूं मैं डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे का? करूंगा।
नहीं याद है? मौलाना मुजीबुर
करूंगा।
नहीं याद है? आपको मौलाना शेखुल हिंद नहीं याद है?
ये नेहरू और जिन्ना ने कैसे पार्टीशन कराई हमें पता नहीं है। नेहरू और जिन्ना ने क्या षड्यंत्र की इस देश के साथ हमें पता नहीं है।
अंग्रेजों से
हमें पता नहीं है। The only ism in this country, ladies and gentlemen, must be nationalism. The only truth must be the Constitution. And the greatest allegiance must be to our nation. Only to our nation. I'll see you tomorrow evening. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and goodbye.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. 13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and an excess
जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था मेरे बहन भाई।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
The Indian Army has rarely spoken so loudly without uttering a word, and in exercise Ram Prahar, it delivered perhaps its clearest message from the Western Front in recent years, not through speeches or press conferences, but through a powerful demonstration of what it can actually do on the battlefield. What happened in the deserts and plains under Kharga Corp was not just another military exercise, but a carefully planned signal about capability and intent along our border with Pakistan. The numbers tell part of the story, with over 20,000
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the debate tonight, big controversy and why Rajnath Singh is right when he says that Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to use taxpayer money to rebuild the Babri Masjid. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, the Congress party, which has said that Congress means Muslim and Muslim means Congress, now insults Hindu gods and deities from an open forum. And at 9 o'clock tonight, why this talk of jihad inside and now outside Parliament is something we should all be concerned about. Why is everyone talking about jihad? Congress party does not know history. Rahul Gandhi does not know a single sentence of history, which is why he and his party are very angry that Rajnath Singh has said that that is Rahul Gandhi's great-grandfather, wanted to use taxpayer money to rebuild the Babri Masjid. They are saying this is not right, it should not be spoken about like this. But the fact is, ladies and gentlemen, what did Rajnath Singh say? Rajnath Singh spoke at the Sardar Sabha in Vadodara, and he made a simple and factual distinction. Patel's secularism versus Nehru's Muslim appeasement. At the center of this controversy is one single question. What Rajnath Singh said. This is not a reinterpretation, this is not revisionism, this is a question. Did Nehru want public funds for Babri? Did Patel oppose him? Rajnath Singh said Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was truly secular. When Jawaharlal Nehru spoke about spending government funds on the Babri Masjid, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel opposed it. Please hear what Rajnath Singh said. I'll play the clip.
वल्लभभाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
In any case, what happened was that the Congress party went into immediate meltdown. Now, we need to talk about whether Rajnath Singh spoke the truth or not. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not WhatsApp history. This is the Maniben Patel diary. Maniben Patel, daughter of India's first Deputy Prime Minister Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, covering the period from June 8, 1936 to his death on December 15, 1950. Every word that Rajnath Singh has referred to has been published, documented and archived. Here it is, page 24, verbatim entry, dated 20th September 1950. Nehru also raised the question of Babri Masjid, but Sardar made it clear that government could not spend any money for building a mosque. He told Nehru that the question of the reconstruction of the Somnath temple was quite different, as a trust had been created for the purpose and about 30 lakh collected. Patel told Nehru that it was a trust of which Jam Saheb was the chairman and Munshi a member, and no government money was going to be used for this purpose. This silenced Nehru. Nehru was against the reconstruction of the Somnath temple, and Nehru wanted government money to be used, ladies and gentlemen, for the Babri Masjid construction. This is the kind of Muslim appeasement. For some strange reason, the Congress party has been anti-Hindu all along. It's an anti-Hindu party, a Muslim-only party, and the Congress party pretends that Nehru was neutral on Ayodhya. He was not. On December 22nd, 1949, some people entered the Babri Mosque compound in Ayodhya and placed idols of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita under its central dome. On 26 December 1949, Nehru wrote an urgent letter to the then UP Chief Minister Govind Ballabh Pant saying, and this is a dangerous example, there will be very bad consequences. On February 1950, he wrote to the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, keep me informed about the Ayodhya situation. There will be repercussions across India, especially Kashmir. Then he said, he writes to KG Mashruwala saying, I am convinced that if we on our side behaved properly, meaning Hindus according to Nehru were badly behaved, Muslims were well behaved, according to Nehru, Hindus were badly behaved. On July 1950, he wrote to Shastri, trouble may spread to Mathura. Nehru's lens was clear. Ayodhya equals liability, embarrassment, and an international problem. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reality. So when Rajnath Singh says that Sardar Patel blocked Nehru's desire to use government funds for Babri, he's quoting a documented reality. The Congress party calls it a lie without providing a single counter document. Nehru's own letters show he is uncomfortable with Hindu sentiment. We are not rewriting history today. We are showing the mirror to this Congress party. A party which was founded by foreigners. A party which is anti-Hindu. A party which believes only and only in Muslim and only Muslim and only Muslim appeasement. Let's debate.
A sharp political charge. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh alleging that Jawaharlal Nehru wanted the Babri structure built using public funds.
वल्लभ भाई पटेल उदार व्यक्ति भी थे, वे सच्चे अर्थों में सेकुलर थे, पंथ निरपेक्ष थे, वे तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं करते थे। जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बाबरी मस्जिद के मुद्दे पर सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करने की बात जब उन्होंने छेड़ी थी, सरकारी खजाने से पैसा खर्च करके बाबरी मस्जिद बनवाई जानी चाहिए, उसका भी विरोध यदि किसी ने किया था तो गुजराती मां की कोख से पैदा हुए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने ही किया था, मेरे बहन भाई।
A claim that cuts right through the Congress's decades-long narrative on secularism. And this is what the Congress had to offer in response.
ये सब डिस्ट्रैक्शन है, असली मुद्दे हैं, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे हैं जिन पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, जिन पे बात होनी चाहिए। और ये सब रोज ये कुछ ना कुछ डिस्ट्रैक्शन उठा लेते हैं ताकि हम फिर बयान दें, वो बयान दें, और जो असली मुद्दे हैं पब्लिक के वो उस पे कोई चर्चा ना हो।
A denial so thin that it collapsed under the weight of one diary entry and one letter. The BJP's counter-offensive was quick. Sudhanshu Trivedi, citing diaries, letters and published collections of Maniben Patel, daughter of Sardar Patel, to back Rajnath Singh's remarks.
जो राजनाथ सिंह जी ने उल्लेख किया कि नेहरू जी ने बाबरी मस्जिद का विषय उठाया था, जिसका स्पष्टीकरण भी दिया गया कि वो मनीबेन पटेल जी की पुस्तक में पेज नंबर 24 पे है। कांग्रेस उस समय भी भारत की इस मूल आत्मा के विरुद्ध खड़ी थी कि कांग्रेस के अंदर उस समय जो भाव था उसने आज बहुत विकराल रूप में कांग्रेस के वास्तविक चरित्र पे कब्जा कर लिया है।